everybody. Welcome again to the Steel Toe Morning Show. You got your six-shooter partner? I got my lynching rope.
Oh, no.
Hey, guys, we're going to have a Civil War today. Isn't that fun? It's Civil War Day.
Did they announce they're arresting them?
No, you and I hate days like this.
Because we're waiting on it?
I hate days where you're doing a show live, and you're like, I want to be the one to break it. I want to be the one to break the story. But chances are you're going to have to rely on your audience or, something.
Somebody will clue you in.
Somebody will clue you in, and then we'll go find it, and we'll go talk about it. Let's see. New York's an hour ahead, so probably around 8 a.m. you got to start looking. 8 a.m. our time.
Yeah.
You got to start looking. If they're going to indict Trump today, never a good sign when you see the NYPD just rolling out.
Preemptively putting barriers everywhere?
Barricades and barriers everywhere and all of that good shit. And
I thought it was for the New Year's celebration, and I remembered that already happened.
Yeah, so, that's already done.
Now it doesn't make sense.
I don't think they roll it out for Lent. I don't think the Catholics get cunty when they can't have meat. So I don't think that's it.
I get real punchy if I don't get my bacon.
Yeah. Look, they've got to be clued into something. They're not going to roll all that shit out on a whim. They've got to know that something's going down. They've got to, the cops in the DA's office do communicate. So
on
I'm
occasion,
sure,
I'm guessing.
Yeah, I'm sure Alvin Bragg's office clued him into something, and here we go.
Just why would you do it on the day he said? At that point,
Right.
Nothing else. You're like, all right, how about we wait till Thursday just to make him look like a fucking tart?
Yeah.
Like, just fucking make him eat it for a couple of days.
And also, how about we don't play it up like you're grabbing Al Capone? How about we don't play it up like you're grabbing a guy for murder or anything? It's a campaign finance violation. You could have announced it via a tweet, and you could have been on the phone with Trump's lawyers, negotiated a fine, and we're done with this thing.
Yeah, they're going to make him... No, there's no fine. We're going to make him serve jail time for this.
This guy could have been done 100 times by now.
If they would have let him go.
They just keep resurrecting him. They don't understand. Nobody likes you guys. I understand only maybe half the country likes that guy, and the other half vehemently hate him. But nobody likes you guys. I mean, like the Alvin Braggs of the world, people who are causing these cities to go to shit with their terrible law enforcement policies. Nobody likes you. Nobody's going to, say what you want about Trump. Maybe the majority of the country's like, I'm tired of this fucking guy. Mm-hmm. But he does have people who will vehemently defend him. If they said tomorrow, Alvin Bragg's a piece of shit, we're getting rid of him, there's nobody who's going to be like, this is unjust and we need to protest for Alvin Bragg.
I stand for Bragg.
Yeah. George Soros would just pay another lawyer somewhere and go, hey, you're the new DA
Step
in New York.
You're the new guy.
Here's what I need you to do. Let all the black people who punch old ladies on the subway go, and hope that they punch a few more people, and it escalates into stabbings. That way the whole world and the system can collapse, and then I can come in and tell everyone, hey, guess what? One world government. We're good. But, I mean, instead, we're going to charge Trump with a campaign finance. And, okay, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. He took the $130,000 from campaign donations. He did or he didn't. I don't know, but let's say he did, and he gave it to this girl he fucked because he didn't want her running her stupid mouth. And then he was about to become president, so she decided to run her stupid mouth.
Did she get a refund?
That's what I think. Didn't he sue her? He did win.
Oh, well, good.
He did get money out of her. But here's the deal with that. That's kind of Trump's fault. I can't believe that loyal, decent, upstanding whore would go back on her word with you like that, Mr. President.
Look, I don't know. And I saw her tag teaming a couple of large black men. I thought, there's a lady with integrity.
There's a lady who stands for something and lays for something and sits for something.
Kneels for something. Bends over for anything.
All kinds of different positions for stuff. Does a weird spider crouch thing. I don't know. She's kind of top heavy. She might not be able to pull off the balance position.
I'm always sad wheelbarrow is just going to sit on the bucket list. Never get
just
I'm never going to make that happen.
Not going to cross it off. At least in China, they just kill them after they fuck them like female spiders, You fuck the Chinese premier and you're like, oh, you better pay me money or I tell somebody. Before you even get the sentence out. This is communism, bitch. You ain't getting a goddamn thing.
Guess who just got hit by a raccoon dog?
Fuck fucking raccoon dogs are everywhere over there.
They are just fucking villains.
They're putting Muslims in concentration camps. They're releasing diseases. You know what's funny is before today's show, Johnny and I both looked at each other and went, remarkably tired today.
Yeah.
Very sleepy. And look at us.
Well, no,
off to the races.
I know exactly why I am. So
cocaine?
God, I wish.
Oh.
Wait, you have some? What are you holding? Hold on.
Yeah. Everything but coke, heroin in your cock. Oh. All right, let's go to you guys a little bit. Then we'll get more into. We've got some Trump shit updates. I know that the protesters in France, things are escalating a little. They're referencing guillotines and how they've already cut leaders' heads off before. So that's
well, this is a huge affront to their rights. They're being forced to retire 2 years later.
2 years later.
Jeez.
I like that. I like that there's somewhere in the world where people are willing to protest over shit like that to the point where they're like, we'll chop off your fucking head. They're like, all right, let's see where this goes. You know what? Let's keep pulling on this thread.
That's 2 years of cigarettes and baguettes that I earned, motherfucker.
Hey, you want to lose your pension for 2 years? You want to lose your fucking neck? Whoa. Just trying to balance our budgets. Yeah, we'll balance my dick in your ass. Back to Stormy Daniels. Sorry. Let's go into the chat, see what you guys are up to today. TK 800 kilowatts says, I'm here. Give me attention. You know, that reminds me of something. I heard that somebody who used to be a really big fan of our show, but now is, I guess, angry at us.
Okay.
I heard this from another audience member. I thought this was cute. I'm not mad at this person. I mean, this internet shit is so silly to me. I like the kind of show we do. I'm glad we don't do a, hey, let's check in on the internet all day show. But it's somebody who used to be a fan of our show, like a huge fan.
Okay.
One of the relatively newer ones. I heard from another audience member, they're like, yeah, they said that they really think you do a great show and you're good, but like they would write in the chat and you wouldn't always get to it. And so they started not liking it. I'm like, how fucking old are we? How old are we? They're like, first of all, we have a chat that as the day goes on starts humming by.
Yeah.
And we have a show. I know that people listen to YouTube shows and they're mostly just reading the chat. I can't do a show like that. It makes me feel like I'm ripping people off. It's hacky. It's gross. But when we're doing topics, Johnny can attest, I'm looking at the story. I'm not even seeing who's writing in the chat. 95% at least of the people in the chat don't get their shit read. In between stories, we go in there, we rap with you guys a little bit. Because sometimes there's something in the chat
that's really good.
It sends us on to something else. Little time, you do a little improv, and then you go back to whatever stories you have.
Plenty of false starts too, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, plenty of missed opportunities. I don't mean to suck your guys' dick too hard. But yeah, like TK 800 kilowatts comment made me laugh because he's like, I'm here, give me attention. Here, I'll tell you. Kevin Dumbfuck from Why Do I Podcast.
Oh.
Now, when they told me that's who it was, I went, okay, that doesn't surprise me. He's always seemed like a little high-strung.
I need the attention.
Yeah, like, I can't imagine. I'm trying to think of shows I like say ROTC, or I'm watching Nightwave, or I'm watching Daywave. I'm watching Mersh, or I'm watching Royce. And I write something in the chat. And they don't read it or anything else. I'm going, I fucking love the content this show produces. I like what they do, but they didn't read my chat. I'm fucking out of here.
Out of all these people in this chat whizzing by, he didn't notice my one statement.
And I'm sitting here and I'm going, wait, because and he like overthinks it. I hear from this person like, yeah, and when you would read it, he said it was in a sarcastic tone. And this, I'm like, I can't, I don't understand it.
Did you get the note? This is a comedy show.
Yeah, like and it's not your show.
Yeah,
like it's not. You're a fan of the show. That's fun. Be a fan of the show. Let's do fan of the show shit.
Participation isn't necessarily ownership. That's not how that works. You get to help out.
Yeah, just help out. It'll be fine. We got a lot to get to today. Like I said, could be a civil war today. So that's like the weather forecast.
I side with Milk Roach. That's where I land.
Yes, I am on with Milk Roach. Milk Roach says, balls deep, Lemmy or Ryan. No, balls deep is still here. Ryan's still here. Lemmy's being a little weird, but I've talked to her recently. She's a fan. And also, we have tens of thousands of fans of this show. if I start counting them one by one,
We're going to be here all
we're
day.
going to be here a long time.
Do you have any idea how long?
Do you have any idea how long that's going to take? I don't care. Just do it. So, yeah, I mean, my philosophy, look, going back to the radio days, my philosophy has always been lose one, gain two. That's always been my thing. Lose one, gain two. Matt Melt says, you've never read my shit, and I've been here since Facebook Live days. Still here. Von Kaiser says, read every comment now. Twisted Effing Joker, says, your show hauls ass as far as chat goes. Yeah, there's no way I could catch up with it. Nowhere. No way. Ryan the Garbage Man says, someone said Ryan. Yeah, there he is. Ryan the Garbage Man says, you're here to put on a show, not to chat. By the way, you won't read this. Ha! Proved you wrong. Sean Raz says, she isn't mad at you. I wasn't talking about her, but okay, let's get to that. She isn't mad at you. She said the drama came to her world and didn't want it there. That is the reason I got. So if that is the person, that isn't the No, it's not her. First of all, Granny called into our show yesterday. I'm pretty sure those two are fine.
We're okay.
It's all right, guy. Everybody stop taking this shit so goddamn seriously. You come off like a 17-year-old. It's not becoming. I'm actually impressed how many chats Aaron is able to get to, says Ozymandias. There's all kinds of different opinions on this issue.
And when a story, like a really hot one, comes up that everyone has an opinion, we go back to the chat. We literally have to wait a couple of minutes while it just goes...
Toe the Nutless Wonder Boy. Good morning, Don Aaron. Good morning, Johnny the Leg Breaker. Leg breaker or leg broken?
Am I the crippler or the crippled?
Yeah, that's the eternal question. Fired Ginger with $5, super chat kicking it off, says that's why you super chat. You always read those, you money whore. Well, you have to. I mean, if you guys give us money and we don't shout you out,
that's dickish.
That's a dick move. You can't be a show that's listener supported, and then when the listeners supported go, let's just skip that.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
The Tigger Neck, even people who want to give a super chat and shit on us, before we ban them, we read their super chat.
You get what you pay for.
Oh, do April and I have big foreheads? That's a new one. Tigger Next Door with $10 says, I love when you ignore me. It gets me going. See, yeah, some people are turned on by that. Some people, it just gets them going. What can you do? 290, by the way. We're inside of 300. The evening show crowd.
Awesome.
Did a great job again last night. Thank you guys very, very much. The last statue, where's my trophy? Trucker 18-wheeler. Now I want daddy's attention. See, I'm getting to a bunch of them today. And honestly, all of them better than what Kevin Dumbfuck used to write. No, that's the funny thing. I heard that yesterday, and I went, I never had a problem with the guy.
Nope.
I was the first guest on his show. I wanted to help him out. He asked me for some tips on equipment and shit like that. I threw him a few pieces of advice. And all of a sudden, like, I hear from an audience, and they're like, yeah, he says that you don't read his chats and stuff. I'm like, don't be so gay. Like, just don't be gay. Sean Raz with $5 says, if I want you to read, I do this. Oh, thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. The Streamlabs and the PayPal are up. Johnny, it is a miracle that last week and the start of this week, we were knocking out all financial goals for this program. I realized, and thanks for telling me, assholes, the last 5 shows or so, I had a broken PayPal link. I fucked it up. So in the prep sheets, I have 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m., and I have stories in there. Mm-hmm. Well, when I was putting stories in, I accidentally moved the 7 a.m. into the PayPal link. So it wasn't working, and we were still able to knock shit out. So thank you guys very much for keeping us going during my period.
Despite Aaron's very attempts to sabotage his own boat.
Hey, sabotage my own boat again.
Again. That's right.
You know?
We've pulled this off a few times.
Exactly.
Some of a bitch just won't sink.
Let's go to Grinch Girl. We're going to catch up with you guys. Then it's a lot of stuff to talk about today, as usual. Grinch Girl says, I'm still here. If I have a problem with you, I message you privately. Why make a public deal if not for attention? Amanda Hug and Kiss. I'm not being shown affection. Read my stuff. I will say this. The internet is... like, nothing encourages me more to live my life outside of this show than doing it on YouTube. Like Twitch, whatever, you kind of get lost in it because it's kind of, nobody finds you outside of your own audience on Twitch. And like radio, it was easy because you had to go on the radio in order to be in the radio. And there was a building you had to go to. YouTube, it's never been easier for me to go, I'm getting the fuck out of here and living my life. Because it is occupied by middle schoolers. The vast majority of them. Like you got to remember, 99% of the people who listen to this show go, I want to see what Aaron and Johnny or Aaron and April are talking about today.
Right.
I want to see their takes on the news. I want to see what they're making fun of today. But then you got this small group that's like, this is life and this matters. And did you see what's happening over there? And I'm like, no, I don't. Just rest assured, I don't see it. I know there's shows that like to make their living off what we do. That's fine. The only thing I said last night, I would like a thank you. If you're an honest broadcaster, you should give me a thank you.
I am your content provider.
For giving you a living. That's kind of dishonest not to, but what do you do? I've seen that a lot lately. Am I hidden? You have not read my comments, says Kraken Slapping. Electric Shoes feels left out. Now look what I've done. Oh, no. Patrick says, I've been listening since KLFD. You get used to being ignored. Oh, man. $2 away, or $2 from Ryobi says, some comment I won't read. There you go.
Yep. Just none of.
This Silverwolf says, you ignored my comment. You clearly hate me. I'm leaving and never coming back.
Okay. See you.
See you tomorrow, buddy. Appreciate it. Milk Roach says, supposedly when Corey was on MLC 4 days ago, it was a tryout. Good for him. I hope he gets the big gig. I really do. He hasn't talked to me. I've asked him to call a couple times. Hasn't talked to me, so there is that. So, let's see. I'd like to get. Live to get attention from YouTubers. I cry at night if I don't get any. Pre does not like that. Maybe this rant I'm on right now is maybe directed at him. You can always tell when they're upset about that. He says nothing says I don't care more than complaining in each show about the internet and YouTube. I mean, making fun of people who take it too seriously, I wouldn't say is caring too much. It's a comedy show using them as content, but. I'm sorry, Pre. I didn't mean to upset you. We'll move on. I don't want you. Look, people get upset in the chat. It turns their whole life around. So I don't want to upset anybody. Scarface with $10 says, pay attention to me, God damn you. There you go. You got yourself a little attention. 275 away from today. Thank you, guys. Great start. Pre says, yeah, I'm super upset. You completely read me. I mean, you're here. So... there is that. Very funny from Bob's backhoe operator says, Aaron's hairline is on death row. Hey, wait a minute.
No. What?
Wait a minute. It's, all right, you know what? Here. He's right.
Yeah.
It is there. All right, guys, we have to get into the potential. You know, good. We got to hit refresh every few times today.
Just to make sure.
Make sure the Civil War hasn't started. I don't want to miss the Battle of Bull Run live on CNN.
Yeah,
you know?
I want to be on the front lines. I want to lead the charge.
Okay, look.
What?
That side's going to lose.
I'm willing to fight for freedom.
That side's going to lose. I'm fully ready to.
You don't have faith in my leadership skills?
It's not your leadership skills. It's more the literally charging the front
I will
lines.
stand and deliver.
I mean, lean and deliver. I mean, kind of more of a...
It's a hobble.
Yeah, hobble and deliver. So we'll get to all that in just a little bit. And look, we're not going to do the hacky play a CNN clip and then just talk about the news. No. I've got a great one for you. I've got Keith Olbermann.
Oh, Jesus. How has that man not had a heart attack? He can't, because every time I've seen him, does he meditate all the time or smoke a fat bag of weed? There's got to be some way he balances how pissed he gets.
I think what he does is he has like a shitty Aaron Sorkin imitator write him a big dramatic speech.
Ugh.
Like he's fucking Henry Wadsworth Longfellow.
Like he's Jeff Daniels in
the newsroom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's not Jeff Daniels.
He's not Jeff Daniels, yeah. He made a big speech about Trump's potential arrest. And if I'm Keith Olbermann, how many times am I going to go ape shit and read like a Shakespearean rant that I wrote about how this is the end of Trump before I kind of start feeling like a silly asshole?
I mean, not even Keith Olbermann. How does anyone think, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go after Trump because he's got a really long record of losing battles. I'm going to take on that guy.
Well, and with Olbermann, He's been doing it for 8 years, like since Trump announced that he was running for president back in 2015.
Was that even before he lost his gig on MSN?
Oh, boy.
It's hard to remember.
He lost the MSNBC gig, and then he bounced around a bunch.
Okay.
Like, he did, like, Al Gore's TV network, Current TV. They fired him from that. Then he went back to ESP or NBC to cover football for a little bit, and then they were like, shut the fuck up about politics. They had to put it in his contract. Don't talk about politics, you annoying cunt. And then he couldn't follow that. So now I think he just does his countdown thing, but he does it on a podcast. And now he just yells about people on Twitter. So we're going to get the Keith Olbermann thing in a little bit. I did want to show you guys first. We may be getting a head start on the revolution. We may be getting a head start on the rioting and everything else. They're having a great time down in Miami for spring break.
Jesus Christ.
This is the problem with locking people down and not letting them do their spring break for a couple of years.
They got it bottled up. It's got to calm out all at once.
Yeah, that energy gets stored up. And ladies and gentlemen, I give you Miami, Florida. Now there's people in this car.
Yep.
And I'm assuming all these people want to do is get out of their car or drive
get out
away.
Of there.
Yeah, one of the two. And it is not allowed because World War Z has apparently broken out on this beach.
This is why spring break never happens in Texas. This wouldn't fly.
I mean, not this kind of spring break, but they got South Padre Island.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, just in general, like
you don't see this kind of spring break.
Yeah, somebody get hurt.
Yeah. I need some context here. What did these two do? Oh, what an asshole! Like, just a guy comes up and does a butt slam on your hood and then just runs away.
Well, dude, two people jumped on the hood and the roof of the car. They just dented.
Oh, not the boozy slushy place. What the? Welcome to Miami is playing as they smash the shit out of the slushy stand. Oh, you couldn't get summertime, or parents just don't understand?
I don't know. I love how all these people look like mature, responsible adults and contributing members of society.
You could play a different version of getting jiggy with it. You see.
Yeah, I
change the words and
ginger. That's what you're saying.
Yes, getting gingy with it.
Ginger.
I mean, what the hell could have possibly happened at the boozy slushy shop? Oh, we're doing the Waffle House thing. We're throwing chairs. What happened at the Mardi Gras slushy place that made you throw a fit and trash the Mardi Gras?
I'm guessing somebody didn't get respected.
Oh, somebody didn't put respect on someone's name.
Or someone just didn't get their order just right, and they're like, who do you think? Do you know who I am? It's like, you're just another drunken kid.
Yeah. Was there booze and slushy in it? You're good. Trust me.
Well, they were going to add the booze themselves, I assume.
Now we're just fighting on park benches.
Don't say that. Why you say that? We gotta be so negative. Those are just two dudes who love each other.
Oh, shit.
This is aggressive love, is all this is. These are two guys who care deeply about each other, and they're expressing it.
Doing a little street boxing. Why does this happen? Every time I see one of these street fights break out, why do 19 other people who had nothing to do with it have to get over there and start crowding? Let these two hammer it out, and then you guys can break them up when there's a clear winner.
I thought you were going to say, why do they always start filming feet? And I was going to be like, because they're too busy watching.
Right.
They got the phone. Like, if you're going to film it, commit to what you're doing, okay?
Right.
Either commit to seeing the moment or commit to filming it, but pick one.
Or maybe they just assumed there would be a lot of leg kicks in this very strategic street
battle. And also,
battle.
again, my friends, landscape mode.
If you could. See, now look, we're just people who weren't involved before now just picked someone and started beating the shit out of them. I'm sorry, how is this fun? You go to spring break to have a great time, you want to drink and party. How is that a good time?
I want to see someone going to spring break, like, what's his name in that last installment of The Purge? You know, like, I'm going out there like the Punisher to fight back.
Yeah, exactly. You're going out there like Rumlow.
Yeah, there we go.
And he's coming out. I can't remember his actual name.
No, I can't either.
But yeah, Rumlow's out there just trying to clean up the streets on spring break. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't, like, you see it all the time. You see two guys squaring up and they're going to fight, and then 19 other people are like, fight? Let's all start hitting someone we had no problem with 6 seconds ago.
Like two friends, like, you're my best friend. A fight breaks out. Fuck you.
You're dead, motherfucker. Oh, man. Well, hey, look, at least when the revolution breaks out today, they'll already have a head start. It won't look so bad.
They warmed us up.
Yeah, spring break in Florida won't look so bad.
It was the opening card.
That's all. Yeah, it was the undercard.
The undercard.
There you go. The preliminaries, if you will. Grank Nutterbutter says, well, in some cultures, this is fun. I see. Now I got people saying maybe Kumi is right. Can I be honest with you? And nobody's going to believe me. I didn't even see it as a black thing. I was just watching the spring break thing and going, why are we fighting? How is this a good time? People are not going to believe me. I closed the window. I now want to go back. Was there a single white person at this thing?
I did not notice one. I looked. I scanned. I might have missed.
No, I don't think there was one.
There had to be.
I think when that shit...
I mean, could we count maybe a few people who've moved to the area?
They're not going to be there.
Really?
Absolutely not.
Not even to take the numbers?
I don't like to go out after dark when spring break's going. It's, Sam Slade said Scott Adams was right. That reminds me of something. I saw this female, this black activist, and she was talking about, like, you know what black people need to do? She said, in order to achieve true freedom, black people need to get away from white people. They need to move away from white people. They need to just totally separate and get away from them. And I'm like, didn't Scott Adams get completely annihilated?
Yeah, wasn't
canceled?
that the end of his career?
That's the thing that he said. He said,
yeah.
White people and black people got to get away from each other. Mm-hmm. That's what he said. Which, I don't think that's necessarily true. But then when someone else says it, shouldn't they suffer the same fate? Like, that's all I want. I don't think we're going to get past all these cultural and political divides that we have in this country. Mm-hmm. But all I'd like is that people get treated the same for the same thing. I just want to stop the inconsistency. We can
Good luck with that.
Yeah, I know. We can have all the other bullshit. We can have all the other disagreements, all the stuff that makes everybody hate each other. Fine. You can all just go on Twitter and yell at each other all day long. That's fine. But can we at least be consistent with what pieces of shit people are? Like, if Scott Adams is a piece of shit for saying one thing, then, if we're having true equality, there shouldn't be a different treatment when a person of a different skin color says literally word for word the exact same thing. That's all I'm looking for. And you know what? Like you said, good luck with that. I'm asking for it's very frustrating when you get to a situation and you're like, here you go. Here's the bare minimum I'm asking for. And people are like, yeah, not a chance in hell.
I just need these 16 pieces of flair.
Yeah, that's all I'm asking for. All I'm asking for. Ain't getting shit. Yeah, I'm using Socialist Media says that isn't asking too much. I know it's not asking too much. Still not getting it.
Mm-hmm.
Still not getting it. Grank Nutterbutter says, I was not saying that. I mean Florida culture. I'm Jewish. Or I'm Jewish, understand? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to assume too much, Grank Nutterbutter. That's on me. That's on me. Yosemite Sambo says, but that's equity, Aaron. They don't want equality anymore. Oh, yeah, I forgot. We moved the goalposts again.
Oops.
We were pointing out ways that this country had equality already. You come up with the deal. Someone would say, we want equality. And you go, name me one thing you're allowed to do that I'm allowed to do that you're not allowed to do. And they kind of ran out of answers for that one. So they went, no. It's equity now. Equity is what we want. Well, I don't know how much you paid for your house. Sorry.
I am not a mortgage broker.
I am not. I don't do math like that. I can't figure the percentages and the taxes, the interest, all of that stuff. I don't know that versus how much you're striking down from the principal. I know the first year or so, barely anything comes off the principal. You're hammering out interest. So I don't understand what the equity is here. Oh, so Yeah, NHJ says equality. Aaron, that was so 10 years ago. You're right. That's my fault. That's where we're ending up now, is we're just the people who are like, hey, can't we all just get along? People look at them and go, what are you, gay, bro? And then you kind of look at yourself and you go, oh, you know what? You're right.
That's my bad.
Fuck me. That's on me. My fault. We're not there anymore. Thank you very much to Daniel for $5 over on PayPal. Appreciate that, guys. Wonderful start to the show today. 270 away from knocking everything out and doing a half hour of overtime. And hey, that half hour of overtime could come in handy. We could be covering the end of our country.
Yeah.
That's what they're setting us up for. We might indict Trump on a small campaign finance charge. Oh, yeah, well, we might riot in New York City. That's a good look, with the banks melting down and France on fire. Let's just throw another one on there.
America's imploding.
Yeah. Right. It's kind of like that Louis C.K. joke where he's talking about when you're so broke that you don't care when somebody gives you like another thing you owe.
like whatever.
You get
more debt.
Yeah, you get a cell phone bill for $140 and they're like, we're going to shut the phone off and if you don't pay. And he goes, shut the fucking thing off. I ain't going to pay you. What am I going to pay you with? And you just laugh and it starts being funny. That's where I'm at with like crises in this country.
Oh, the country's on fire. Yeah. What are you going to do? Let's have some marshmallows. Roast them. Make s'mores.
Yeah, like with the banking thing, I was like, oh, shit, this is really bad. But now, like, there might be riots in New York City over Trump. I'm like, I bet there will be. Let's see what happens. I mean, throw another one on there. We're still hanging on.
Let's get some popcorn and beer. I'm going to watch this shit.
Is this the bar rescue but country equivalent of the stress test? Remember where John Taffer just swamps the shit out of the bar and buries them and sees how long they can last to see what they need to fix?
Right.
Is that what Joe Biden was brought to the presidency for?
I mean, at least then it would make sense.
Yeah, he's giving America a stress test, and like halfway through the summertime now he's going to go, all right, shut it down. And then they're going to remodel the place, and America gets a name change, and, we got to get new cheap decor in there. I don't know.
Biden's going to go up to people, this is unacceptable. But then he gets really close. But, we can fix it.
I like your shampoo. Twisted Effin' Joker says, I didn't realize creating a new manufactured drama was how you solve shit melting down. Hey.
Apparently.
Let's give it a shot, right? Somebody says, yeah, America's brand name change. China.
Oh,
welcome. No. That's great. Well, we'll see how it goes today. That's where we're at with whether or not there's an overblown manufactured crisis or a civil war breaks out. We're at the wait and see period.
I'm just too selfish. I saw this stuff happen. Like, figures Minnesota's about to fully legalize, make my life like feel a lot more, acceptable in the public eye, and then, oh, great. Fucking, we're going to burn the country down.
As far as legalized, what do you need? You get 5 milligram gummies now.
Yeah, no, dude. I get medical stuff all the time, but I like the idea of not having to have a medical card. I like the idea of not having to, not medical card, but a medical exemption thing. I don't have to pay the state $200 every year.
You get the actual, like,
they don't give you
marijuana that you can smoke, or
you can in certain places. Yeah.
I don't understand with like the edibles and stuff why people would even bother with the smoking. I mean,
some stuff doesn't work the same. Okay. I'm pretty tolerant for edibles. So like with edibles and tinctures, like they don't hit me as hard, so I have a higher tolerance for them.
Yeah, because in Minnesota now you can get the 5 milligram gummies, and honestly, I fucked around. I did 2 of those once, and that knocked me on my ass pretty good.
Yeah, but I mean,
that's 10 milligrams.
Yeah, but you're like,
I understand.
In the world of substances, you are literally tissue paper weight. Like that's,
I am. Yeah.
You're just fucking.
It doesn't take much.
It takes like a subtle breeze, a dog fart knocks you on your ass.
In fairness, I had a buddy over for the Super Bowl. We gave him a couple, and he had to go home. Like the game was over, and we were gonna hang out for a while, maybe hit a bar. He's standing in the kitchen, leaning against the sink. He's like, I gotta go home. He's just like, I'm not okay. I just don't feel good. I gotta go. He went like, my wife and his wife were downstairs just talking, showing him around, shit like that. And he literally came downstairs. I'm like, where are you going, buddy? And he goes, honey, we gotta go. two 5 milligram edibles. He's like, I want to go home.
Oh God.
But like, I don't understand. Like,
I can eat like 5 of them, and I'll be like, all right, what are we doing now?
Yeah, to me, smoking it is like listening to cassette tapes or watching movies on VHS. Like, I'm just
no, I would equate it more to using like records and stuff.
Vinyl.
Yeah,
okay.
There's an essence to it that you get that way. It affects you differently. Also, when you start doing things like gummies or you use even the dabs and stuff, and it's more concentrated, you start taking more concentrated doses. Then you get used to that. You got to up that amount. So it kind of all escalates. Whereas you stick with the flower, and it kind of, it still goes up, but it's a slower, more manageable rate.
Yeah, I just like smoke. My whole thing was smoking. The only thing I really smoke are cigars once in a great while, maybe once a quarter on average for a year. And the thing for me with cigars and all smoking is the smell. Mm-hmm. I hate the smell.
Absolutely.
The smell. I hate that it lingers. I hate all that stuff. So I'm thinking, and maybe this is just me wanting the world to be like me, but like if you got the edible option, you got all these other options, let's get the fuck away from the smoking. Everyone stop stinking up the joint.
Well, I definitely don't do the smoking everywhere I go. I'm very happy. That's another thing where like legalization means also there'll be more diversity of product. There'll be more
hate it. Oh, product. Go ahead.
Yeah. And so that there'll be more people selling stuff. There'll be more stuff available. So it's a free market. You're gonna be you find what you want, and I'll be able to get things like vape pens and stuff like that easily. So I can go out and just be like,
see, now the vape pens don't get you stinky.
Nope.
Yeah, it's okay.
Vape pens are a good middle ground.
Get rid of smoking. Ban it. No, I'm just kidding. Somebody says Aaron also is a 2-beer queer. How is that helpful? I ask you, how is that helpful? Thank you very much to Aaron for the $9.99 over on PayPal. Appreciate that. Let's knock that goal down by another 10. $2.60 away from hammering it out today. You guys are off to a great pace.
I was really hoping you were going to hit enter. Not notice.
I know. It was $27.60. Yeah. This audience supports us through a lot over the last 2 or 3 years. That might be a bit, that might be a bit much.
A touch beyond the pale.
Yeah. Mike Erb says it's more tolerance built up to strains at a time. You guys are being much more respectful than most people on this issue, because usually I start asking questions about this shit. You idiot, the reason is because of this. And you're like, I'm sorry, I apologize for bringing it up. That is 100% on me.
Oh, wow. You do not deal with potheads a lot, do you? They love to explain to you how stuff works. Oh. That's why I'm always for things being legal, because if it's not legal, then you have to deal with a dealer, which means you're like beholden to the conversation and stuff. You got to be nice to the guy. Whereas your dealer wants to chat? Almost always.
Why? Sell your product and get the fuck on the way.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, you got to put up with all that shit. That's one of the things, like the medical system. It's nice you could finally go into a place like, well, we have these products, we have those products. Like, oh, I'll take 2 of these, 3 of these. All right, bye, fuck you, I'm leaving.
Imagine you're one of those people, though, that likes talking to your dealer, and all of a sudden now it's stores, and you hang around after you buy it, and finally the employees just have to go, dude, get the fuck out of here.
Dude, go home.
We're done.
All right?
Like, it's over. We sold you your product. You get the fuck out of here.
You have what you came for. Stop loitering.
Yeah. You're obnoxious. You're a stoner, and you're bothering me. You talk about dumb shit. Yeah, we'll rank the Rocky movies again today. Fine. What do you want?
Well, but the thing is, though, you're dealing with people who running the stores usually are stoners, so it's just all one thing. They're like, oh, yeah, man, and it just goes on.
Jake says, dude, always, usually they want to smoke a bowl. Like,
yeah.
What, can't we just buy our shit and leave? That would annoy the fuck out of me. Like I said, I'm not in the life.
That's why I said I'm all for legalization, where we can make this thing like a
business transaction.
Yeah, where we could just cut it down to brass tacks. I'm giving you money because that green stuff, I'm going to put in a thing, light it on fire, inhale, and have a good day. That's what I'm doing.
Is this not why we go to the chat between stories?
Yeah.
Sometimes some shit happens. Bud tenders are sweethearts. Yeah, they're bud tenders, not bartenders, by the way. Get it?
Uh-huh.
I hated lingerers when I sold weed, says Scarface. Well, good. See, now you're one of the good ones. Wheat Dip says, pot is for lightweights. Smoke crack. I bet you crack dealers don't bother you. Well, you're all bothering each other, so nobody notices. Gutierrez says, Aaron gets snickle fritz. I don't even know what that means. Dub says, yep, I started with 150 milligrams, and I was on the sofa for 12 hours. You'll be dead. Special K says, I don't care about the substance, but why do most states that legalize turn into poppy streets a few years down the road? Or poopy, turn into poopy streets. I was going to say poppy streets. That sounds fun.
That sounds exciting.
Poopy streets, I will say, does not sound fun.
I don't know. Are they shitting in Colorado? I have no idea.
The Mood says, I live in the Netherlands. Enough said. Yeah, Colorado is having trouble with crime now.
Oh.
Since they legalized that shit. I just do the drive-through for my pot, says KF. There you go. It's an option.
That would be cool. Like, what would you call it? Welcome to McWheaties.
The Ugly Fuckling says shrooms are legal in Michigan. There's a couple of states and especially cities that are experimenting with legalizing hallucinogens now. I think Portland did it, which is a good city to do it in because it's already a shithole. So like you can legalize the hallucinogens, and then the city can come back and go, hey, look, we didn't go like deeper into the shitter, so maybe it's fine.
I mean, at a certain point, you got to be like, look, we could try anything because at this point, it can't get worse. So, in a worst case scenario, we make a wrong that turns into a right.
Look, all of those people are already here. So what if they see a dragon every couple of days? I mean, until they go and chase it to the top of a building and then run off. And then, self-cleaning oven. There we go.
Until they see some sort of weird demon that has their grandma's face and they decide to eat it off. And it turns out to be just some random dude that was
just a doctor who was going to work.
He was going to save lives.
Pro Gun says Denver is having problems. The rest of the state disowns Denver. Okay, that's actually very good to know. Psychedelics are basically legal in Canada now, says Soup Can. Yeah, so is being killed when you're feeling bad.
Yeah, so is, what is it?
Euthanasia.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of things you can do in Canada that I wouldn't want to copy here. Hey, I'm not feeling so good. You get a letter in the mail. Hey, we heard through the grapevine that you weren't feeling so good. Here's a 45 and a bottle of Jack Daniels. What do you say? It's like, wait a minute. What? I'm not. I mean, thank you for the Jack Daniels, but I mean, I thought we were super gun control-y here in Canada. No, not when people aren't feeling well.
Look, man,
here's a whiteboard. We want you to draw a black line down the middle in Sharpie, write pro on one side, con on the other, and whichever one ends up being longer, that's the one you choose.
Well, we just want to help you out. We don't want to hang around too long. So how about you just take this C4 suppository and find an open field?
Here in Canada, we always say, better to let go too early than too late. Yeah, good old JR says, just like the rest of Minnesota, disowns Minneapolis. Yeah.
I thought we were getting to the point where it's both of the Twin Cities.
Yeah, St. Paul is just,
is sliding.
They're kind of a quiet disaster. Minneapolis is a loud disaster. St. Paul's a more polite disaster than Minneapolis is. Isn't Minnesota called South Canada? I sure hope not.
Yeah, because then I got to go further down because those people are after me.
Toon says the driving cat says they send Crown Royal in Canada, not Jack Daniels. You know what? You're right, and I apologize. That was culturally insensitive. In Israel, they send Manischewitz in a handgun. All kinds of different strokes for the different cultures out there.
But they only send you one bullet because, if you don't need more than that, why you can't return them later.
Ned Scheckler says, S-Chat, remember, this is a fun show, people. Hey, wait a minute. They aren't S-word jokes. They're Canada jokes. Totally different. God, it's like some people don't get it. Tomcat says, coffee and reefer is the breakfast of champions. I have to disagree. To me, it's tweaking to a Celsius in the morning. That's my new rap.
Actually, there's a CBD tincture that I have with caffeine that's actually really nice for that.
Isn't that like a counteracting thing, though?
No.
Like weed and caffeine?
No, CBG and caffeine is...
The what?
CBG. It's part of...
Oh, I thought you fucked up. There's actually a CBG?
There's a CBG and a CBD. My new sponsor...
Wait, I think I know CBG.
CBG?
Yeah, I believe it's owned by the Gibbs.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. They've got that brand Staying Alive.
I think you're thinking, is that the Bee Gees?
No. Oh, I thought you meant you do the weed and you see the Bee Gees.
No. I think it's ridiculous too, okay? CBG, you got HHC, there's a lot of chemicals.
You see that, Ned Scheckler? It's a fun show. That was a Bee Gees pun. You can tell by the way I use my walk. I'm a woman's man, no time to talk.
God damn it.
It's not the worst high in the world, is it?
No.
You see Barry Gibb after you get high. That's not very threatening.
And that beat keeps you moving. You just got to step to it,
That's how you know you're a hacky drug addict, is if you hear Staying Alive. If you hear I Started a Joke, it's like you're a more deep cut kind of a pothead. So that's CBG. Actually, one time I got really scared when I was on that stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
Gave you the CBGBs?
Motherfucker. I wanted to do it.
I know.
It was mine. That was my destiny, and you cheated me out of it. I was supposed to die on the microphone with honor. Now look at me. I'm nothing but a jokeless cripple, freak. You have any idea what it's like not to be able to use your funny lines? Yes, sir, I do. Oh man! All right, guys. Let's. What do you assholes have for us now? I dare you to come up with something better than CBGBs. Ned Scheckler, a man of his word, says, I stand corrected.
Exactly.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciated. Adonis Paul says, all this new stuff, I just want to smoke weed, man. Right? I feel bad for like old school pot smokers where you're like, oh, I got the CBGBs and I got the ACDCs and I got the, Sterling Cooper Draper Price. I got all this new shit. A guy just wants to smoke a little weed. What's a guy supposed to do?
Yeah, didn't we start this conversation? We'd be like, well, why are you smoking anymore? Move on to the edibles. You got you literally flip-flop throughout this whole thing. You're like, I'm gonna consider do the new stuff. Use the vape. Why smell like smoke? It's shitty.
It's almost like I'm just kind of making my positions up as I go along.
It's almost like we need to just strap you down and forcibly expose you to marijuana.
The most exciting thing about this show for me is that I don't know what's coming next. I don't flesh out my positions before I bring them to the air. I go and I just say, hey, you know what? You guys are like, hey, I'm excited. I want to see what these guys will say today. That's why I get excited to do the show every day. I don't know what the fuck I'm going to say. I know what I'm going to talk about, but I don't know how I feel about any of it yet. I come here to you guys to search my feelings.
All right, then. So we're just therapy for you.
Yeah, well, that and my Celsius gives me the CBG.
So
anyway, you were talking about your CBG, which Derek Chauvinist points out, they actually collapsed after SVB.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Really? Shit.
Yeah. I think that's the belt that Tyson Fury holds, is the CBG. And then Alexander Usyk's got the rest of them, I think. All right, so what's the deal with CBG? You were talking about it.
It's a relax. You're not getting a high. You're getting a body relax, and it's like a muscle relax. It's a calming effect.
Take Oxy like an adult, you fucking weirdo.
Because I want to be conscious.
Oh,
I want to be,
I
don't want to sit here drooling on myself like, hey, how you doing? It's fucking.
How does that go?
Hey, how you doing?
How you doing? That reminds me.
Clam radio.
you don't want to pull a Gino Bisconti.
Clam radio.
Hey, how's your CBGB working?
Clam radio.
How's your crack cocaine working?
A demon came with his penis and put it in my mouth.
See,
sounds like some good shit.
That's the difference between the two drugs. Hey, man, how are your mushrooms treating you?
Saw the message. Jumpy, yo. Beep, beep.
All right, that one got away from you. That one got away from you a little bit.
Get a little stabby when you're high.
Hey, man, how's that meth working out?
I scream it's the best grenades out of Louisiana, down the road, got up in that scram.
Sounds a little rough. Hey, man, how's your cocaine treating you here at 5:30 in the morning?
I want someone who plays from his fucking heart!
Right. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry.
It's just a radio.
It was
Clam radio.
We get all of those people.
Full circle.
Get all those people in a room together. And we'll see what happens. All right. Let's all this talk about
people
weed,
on
man,
substances.
All we're doing is we're putting off talking about the inevitable, which is the Civil War that's coming. We've been teasing the Civil War all morning.
I feel like if we all smoke, it won't show up. We'll be just a little bit like,
Those boomers who like Trump, they ain't smoking weed.
Do you care if it falls? What, the American Empire?
The best you can hope for out of the boomer Trump crowd is decaf coffee. It's the best you're gonna do.
I'd love to see like a Willie Nelson like motherfucker just wound up like, and we gotta make America great again. And then he's like toking out, and I'll tell you what, damn, this is some good shit.
I'm hungry. Let's get the fuck out of here. This
Who's got some nachos?
Just enter into the dumbest conversation. Like it goes from, yeah, we need to storm the Capitol again to, all right, look, I'm going to tell you why that if they're going to make that Splash remake again, here's how they need to carefully do it to make sure that they don't ruin the legacy of Daryl Hannah. Don't really need to discuss that.
Look, I've heard what they said about Tom Hanks. You can fuck him with a fucking fishing pole. I just want to make sure Daryl Hannah is maintained.
Can we get Benedict Cumberbatch by chance? All right, guys, this is why I've been avoiding this conversation for a long time.
Speaking of someone who needs some weed.
Yeah, I'm going to put something up on the screen, and you guys will understand why we've been having this aside for the last 15 or 20 minutes. By the by, before I show you this picture, as the kids say, smash the like button and hit subscribe. Subscribe to our channel. It means a lot. Let's keep growing those steel toe numbers. Like. Let's get to like 200 of those here in the next couple of minutes. Again, hit the like button before I show you the picture, because once I show you the picture, you're not going to feel like it. Like. Subscribe. Doing great on the goal today. Appreciate all of you. About 260 away.
Sad panda incoming.
There you go.
Jesus.
Why doesn't he ever back the fuck away from the camera?
Why does it look worse on this one? Like, he looks like he's covered in jizz on this screen.
I know. This one he's kind of... Well, no, it's there shiny on this one, too.
Yeah.
Why does he feel the need at 60-some-odd years old and never being a particularly good-looking guy to begin with? I mean, no Craig Kilbourne. Why does he feel the need to put his shitty glasses and his dumb face right up into the imperfection spotting zone of the camera? Why does motherfucker, it's not a fisheye lens. You can back the fuck off for a second.
Why do a lot of old people seem to do that?
Oh, you know what?
Glasses and lean in and just really get in on the camera. Like, you realize it. And that,
like the camera's for us. It's not for you.
Yeah. And then like boomers with phones and stuff. Like, I did a story about a lady who's, correcting people on TikTok, and she'd tap on the phone so the camera would shake, and she's like, that's me knocking on their head. I'm like, no, that's you tapping on the phone. It's just annoying.
You're just striking your own phone. It's no reason to do that.
You're just dumb.
What, she thought she was Biff Tannen?
I guess.
Hello, McFly!
Actually, yeah, kind of. Only she was about more boomery topics, like, Trump didn't lose the election or whatever.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about your old man, Marty Sr. Is that the second show in a row I've used old man Biff Tannen as a reference?
Yep,
Holy
yep.
shit. You act like... By the way, not embarrassed.
No.
I'm hoping to knock it out for 3 tomorrow. So Keith Olbermann...
They had me committed. That's my favorite line in the movie.
Keith Olbermann... Yeah, they had me committed, Marty.
It's just like, I can't imagine why.
I can't... You don't seem high-strung. So Keith Olbermann, there was news about Trump, so naturally Keith Olbermann had some thoughts.
He had an opinion
on the matter, and in no way is this going to come off as self-aggrandizing, theatrical, what's the word I'm looking for? Douchey.
Dramatic.
From Keith Olbermann. Apparently he still does a podcast. And when Trump comes around, that's like Christmas time at Target. It's the business picks up a little bit, and Keith's got to put his best face forward. So here's Keith Olbermann.
This is his best face?
It's the only one he's got. Here's Keith Olbermann talking about Trump. Try to put yourself in a good mood.
Behold, the fascist, naked, pusillanimous fear of Trump getting arrested.
No, Keith, it's just a zit. I mean, it'll be fine. It'll probably go away tomorrow if you don't touch it.
Have you tried Proactive?
Yeah. I smell an endorsement deal.
Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth, and the Trump cult just got punched in the mouth.
Did they? Because I believe they're planning to mobilize in New York City today, and it's scaring the shit out of me.
There's going to be some actual punching in actual mouths.
Yeah, Keith, not the time to use a Mike Tyson metaphor, because I have a feeling some ears might get bitten off by the end of the day. Ears and noses are the trophies of the day.
Ears and noses are the trophies of the day.
All right, everybody, this is the battle that's going to tell who holds sway over the 5 points. You know what I'm saying? Oh, my God, it is happening in New York City.
Yeah, it is.
We're going to have a woman with spikes on her shoes and sharpened fingernail claws, and John C. Reilly's going to be there beating the fuck out of people.
Well, now I want to go.
Yeah. Do any of them have the sand of the dead rabbits? We don't say that name anymore. So Keith Olbermann using a Mike Tyson analogy for a bunch of boomers getting together in New York City to get riled up by FBI agents after it. This is how sad and shitty this all is. A shitty, awful, corrupt, politically motivated DA is going to present some trumped-up charges, no pun intended, some trumped-up charges on a campaign finance violation, and then a bunch of boomers are going to get in the streets and start yelling and screaming, and then a bunch of federal agents are going to try and rile them up so they do something stupid so that it can all escalate and people's businesses can get burned, also that people can get who they want in the next election. None of this has to happen. You could quietly announce the charges, you could negotiate a fine with Trump's lawyers, and we could all be done. Again, this does not do much to sway me from the conspiracy theory that this is all planned.
That this is just a way to distract us. By the way, the banks are fucking up again, and we're bailing them all out.
Yeah. Hey, eggs are still, a fortune.
Hey, you know those wealthy people that tried to put a political agenda into a finance thing and that kind of fucked them over? Yeah, we're going to give them money again.
Yeah, it's going to work out great.
We don't want a bunch of people to lose their fortunes.
You know all that shit about over-leveraging in 2008 that we swear to God we'd fixed and would never happen again? Yeah, turns out we just kind of let them keep doing it and making loans that we guaranteed, so now we have to bail them out again because we just let them continue doing it because in no way did the banks think it could happen again. If they did the same exact shit. So Keith Olbermann is very giddy, very excited about the prospect of
But he looks
Civil
so
War.
miserable. Again, he looks sad. Like he's crying. Like someone kicked his dog.
Well, this is what that world does to you, whether it's politics. We try to warn people about this with like the YouTube shit and the streaming shit. It's like, if you take this shit too seriously, you get worn down and you just become an angry husk.
It's just like you got permanent bitch face. Just
right. Keith Olbermann might as well be like a YouTube podcast fan. Like just a hostility and right in the camera and too much energy.
There will not be notable violence, and if arrest guarantees Trump's election, shouldn't the Democrats run Hunter Biden, his father, and Dr. Fauci as a chain gang next year?
Huh? Like arrest all of them and then they'll get elected. Well, here's the problem, Keith. Nobody really likes the people you just mentioned. One of them is a hopeless crackhead.
Yep.
And that is not hyperbole. He's literally a hopeless crackhead. The other one, we find out more and more every day, lied his fucking balls off to us to protect his own shitty expenditures. And the other one, I'm pretty sure, just has a gumdrop left rattling around upstairs and doesn't know where the fuck he is half the time. So it's almost impossible to hate that guy.
Impossible to hate him? I mean, I don't know. It's not that I hate Joe Biden. I just don't want him in charge.
Right. That's what I mean. Like, you look at him and you're like, it's like yelling at a three-legged dog, for not getting outside.
I love doing that.
Yeah, well, okay.
I'm a dick.
You're just taking out your own misfortunes of your own legs on the less fortunate.
Yeah, that poor bastard.
Yeah.
Plus, Trump's self-martyring arrest story isn't even the biggest Trump story of the moment. The saga of his lawyer, Evan Corcoran, and his notes about Trump is.
You are way too deep into this.
Right. I found his notes. I pretended to be a call girl, and I snuck into his hotel room, and I was able to grab his handy-dandy notebook.
I was able to get into his apartment by linking with him on Grindr.
Yes. Apparently, there is a man named Mr. Green, and he killed a man with a candlestick in a billiard room. It's like he was playing Clue. Those aren't his notes, Keith. He's just an old school guy who likes board games. I don't really understand. And now, apparently, I found a list of things he's going to help Trump escape from jail with. Eggs, milk, parsley, ground beef, and hamburger buns. Keith, that's his shopping list.
That sounds like he's making burgers.
Sounds like he's having a barbecue. I don't know what the parsley is for. Maybe he's gay.
All that plus why insurance may kill the next World Baseball Classic, and the Proud Boys get the crap beaten out of them by drag queens.
Why are we excited about anybody getting the shit beat out of them for anything? Like, Keith is like cheering on the anarchy. He's like, drag queens and Proud Boys are fighting in the streets. I feel like Dr. Kelso when I hear about that. Don't drag me into your squabbles with that disgusting band of malcontents. I hope you all kill each other. Hey, Aaron, the Proud Boys are fighting the drag queens. Well, then you know what? I'm going to be like the United States of America foreign policy. I'm going to give both sides billions of dollars in weaponry. And I'm hoping this thing meets a great conclusion.
Well, if you've got billions of dollars in weaponry, how about you just drop a couple over here? I don't need much. Just fucking.
You know what you know how you stop the Proud Boys?
How?
When they start beating the shit out of you, just start naming breakfast cereals.
There we go.
As soon as you get to 5, they're going to quit.
All that and more in the Monday Countdown podcast, available now wherever you podcast.
All right.
Wherever you podcast. That's scary.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, look at that face. Does anything say, hey, come and listen to my show?
It'll be fun.
By the way, this is the guy who calls Alex Jones insane.
Dude, Alex Jones is at least charismatic.
And Alex Jones would look at Keith and he'd go, all right, here's the big problem here. You got to maintain at least a 6-foot distance from the camera. I've said this for years. And look, there's a difference between sounding like an insane person and a complete disregard for broadcasting ethics. Like Alex, you don't see Alex doing his show where he's like this far from the camera. He's like, you can see the spit flying on the lens. Where he's
you wouldn't be able to
if
see
you kill a grasshopper, it's actually an Illuminati member.
He just starts wiping the camera off. I'm sorry, I'm a Christian.
Sorry, I'm a Christian, and I apologize for that. So Keith Olbermann, put one guy on the list for someone who's pumped as fuck for the revolution.
For the end of the world.
Yeah, he's big on the Civil War apparently. Old Keith. Thank you, Tin Man Taylor, for the $5. He says I'm all for legalization of the electric lettuce, but that means bye to 2A rights.
How does Second Amendment rights get taken away with?
Hey, shit, maybe he's right. I don't know.
I'm not doubting him. I'm asking how that happens. I fail to see how. Well, we have marijuana. Better take away all the guns.
Carlos says Olbermann has been shit canned from everything for a reason. Oh, come on! You mean that's not a reasonable guy that people wouldn't love to work with?
You mean a TV celebrity and personality went to do his own thing and he's kind of gotten smaller and smaller and less people? You mean that guy's kind of made his own bed? What?
Weird. Rick Bradley, I think, speaking for the House when he says he is such a douchebag. There you go. Such a douchebag. Let's continue. Johnny Rando said this show is awful. Ah, come on. Give it a chance. It's not as awful as you think it is. You'll be a big fan in no time. Patrick Lewis says he sounds like the Rush Limbaugh character from The Simpsons. Yeah, though that's the thing about Keith Olbermann. He doesn't really seem like a real person.
Again, his insistent
or his insistent.
His incestuous. No, his insistent thing about Trump being this ultimate evil and that he has all the dirt. Like I said, the part was like, and that's not even the most serious thing. I've got the notes on his lawyer, and the rest of us are like, wow, whoa, that is too deep, my friend.
And by the way, Trump's lawyer's notes, like he wouldn't sometimes get frustrated and write, Donald's such an asshole cunt face. That's so he doesn't say it to his face. That's what the notes are for.
There are a lot of people who might get frustrated working with Trump.
Yes, there might be people who work with Donald Trump who get a little perturbed, if you will. Toastmaster says it's currently against federal law to possess a firearm and marijuana at the same time. All right, well then decide when you go out if you want your gun that day or your weed that day. There you go. Michael B says, I need to sleep. Aaron won't read anything I type. Everyone above me is retarded and 8% are gay. That's a very specific number. We're going to see if that checks out.
I'd like to see your work on that math thing.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about this. Rostog's Broken Spirit says, remember he used to have that countdown, day 128, Sean Hannity refuses to be waterboarded. Yeah, like there was some kind of thing where Keith Olbermann did this thing where he said Sean Hannity should accept the challenge to be waterboarded. So he just threw that out there. And then he started counting the days since he challenged Sean Hannity to be waterboarded and said, it's day this since Sean Hannity refused to get waterboarded. It's like, no, you made that up and now you're counting it.
Like that's just a weird. Why did Sean Hannity need to get water? This is a weird thing. Was it because he's in favor of the CIA? Or?
Yeah. It's because he didn't think the torture was a bad thing, and Keith Olbermann was very upset about that. But let me put it this way. Not saying I wouldn't love to see Sean Hannity get waterboarded.
Oh, I think it'd be hilarious.
I would watch that. It would do very well on television and the internet. But I don't really understand why he has to answer Keith Olbermann's challenge.
And what does waterboarding him prove? That it's, look, I think nobody here is saying, oh, waterboarding is fun. People love it. No, he's saying it's a useful tool. And I'm not saying he's right or wrong. But again,
Sean Hannity doesn't have information that could lead to a bombing somewhere. You know, here's what you're going to get if you waterboard Hannity. Ready? Oh, look, I'm gay. And you're like, all right, well, we knew. I mean, but it's nice to hear you say it.
I literally sucked Trump's dick.
And then everyone, they put away the jug of water, they let him up, and they just look at each other and go, it's disappointing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I thought we were going to get something really surprising by that. Nothing. Zen Rhino says, Steven Crowder, former UFC fighter, Tim Kennedy waterboarded him on his stupid show. He lasted like 3 seconds. Let me say, waterboarding sounds remarkably shitty and uncomfortable. It's one of the main reasons that I'm not a terrorist.
Yeah, I feel like if it's used as a torture tactic, it's not supposed to be enjoyed.
Right. People are that was the big argument. And I was against it too because the topic came up when I was like 17 and 18 years old. I'm like, yeah, I'm against all that shit. But then you think about it and they're like, oh, do you know how awful waterboarding is? Yeah, that's why we do it to Islamic terrorists.
Yeah, do you know how awful it is to blow up a busload of people or
Right.
fly planes into a building? I don't know if I need to point this out to you. These people aren't exactly holding a peace rally.
Right. You know, and it's America. If we find out the guy's innocent, he'll probably just start a class action lawsuit anyway and he'll get paid out. It's all right. Everybody wins in the end. Yeah. Hey, man, waterboarding is really awful. I know. That's why we're doing it to this piece of shit over here. Like, if they had your grandma strapped down and they were like, you remember where your fucking teeth are, we start pouring water on a rag over your face, that would be terrible.
Where's the cookie recipe?
Exactly.
You wouldn't give it to an ordinary grandchild.
Now, that would be awful. But if you do it to a piece of shit who might know something that could help your agenda, fuck it.
Like how to make really good macaroons.
Dude, I'm so getting waterboarded in like 20 years when the police state comes out and I think the wrong thing and my chip triggers them. What's that? Their chip triggers the thought police and I get waterboarded. That is going to be such poetic justice for the statist rant I just went on.
Yeah. I mean, are you going to enjoy it though? Or
maybe. You know, I'll just yell I'm gay. And then I think that's how you get it to
Well,
stop. You know what? No, by then, what the country will be made up of, I'll just name 5 breakfast cereals and then the waterboarding will stop.
Okay.
Simple enough.
I think I could do pretty good with waterboarding. It's just like swallowing cum. Just keep going. Just keep going.
I handle that extremely well. So, therefore, why didn't you say so? You mean that getting waterboarded is just like swallowing cum? I thought it was a totally horrible thing to go through.
Sign me up. Normally I have to pay for that action.
You know, I'd like to have a nightly cable news show. Like, good evening, everyone. Correction from last night's episode. I was led to believe that waterboarding was a terrible torture device that was beneath the United States of America. I've now been told it's just like swallowing cum. Therefore, I think everybody ages 18 to 45 should be waterboarded or swallow cum at least once in their life.
I'm Anderson Cooper, and this is CNN.
We have now had to officially ban Andy Cohen from CIA headquarters. He keeps yelling, "Waterboard me, waterboard me, waterboard me." Richard Simmons has come out of his decades-long hiding, asking if he can be waterboarded. Happy Plague Doctor says, "Thank God I'm 46." Oh shit. The Ugly Fuckling. Zen, don't get bitchy at Ugly Fuckling. I was actually going to read that one, and I was actually going to go with that for a second because I don't know if you've noticed today. I need a break from I have a feeling we could end up talking about this Trump shit a while today if something happens.
Yeah.
So I don't mind little breaks.
Just
periodically.
Take a step out.
Yeah, Ugly Fuckling says, is Brian Callen going to Louder with Crowder? That's what I'm hearing.
It certainly seems like it. He's got, what, like 2 or 3 days on there already?
Yeah. It sounds like we could be seeing the end of the fighter and the kid, that Brendan Schaub's big run could be taking a drastic step backward. And look, I can't blame Brian Callen, and I'm not like rooting against Brendan Schaub. I think he's a silly, goofy guy that you can make fun of for content sometimes.
He won't go away, but yeah, he'll just take a step down.
And the Brendan like algorithm on YouTube and everything else, not what it used to be anyway. Like, I mean, you're not really getting much for like talking about Brendan Schaub anymore. People have kind of figured him out. They're like, okay, he's a goofus. He's kind of a dipshit. He got where he was because of Rogan. We know all this. It's kind of like the DSP thing. We did one DSP clip the last few months because he did an interview and there was something new to tell.
And after that, you're like, it's all the same.
Yeah, with Brendan, it's really kind of the same. Somebody said standalone fruit joke coming in 5-4. Yeah. Andy Cohen is, he can't be on his own. He has to have Anderson Cooper with him. He's not like the Kiwi. He's not a standalone fruit. But Vinny's mom says, thanks for giving Primetime good advice. You know, I am honored that Alex Stein on his Blaze show actually said on the air, he goes, Steel Toe gave me great advice and said, stop behaving like a comic, because comics are remarkably insecure and they ignore an entire room of laughter and they focus on one or two people who aren't.
Right.
Fuck those people. Don't listen to them. Have the comedic chops of a comedian, but have the arrogance of a broadcaster. And that's what the arrogance of a broadcaster goes, you don't like what I'm doing? How about go fuck yourself? I don't care. I do my show for the people who like it. Comedians, they want everybody else to just love.
They want to win you over.
I don't know what the love obsession is with comics.
Because nobody loves us.
That's got to be it. Because with broadcasters,
we're just at home beating off all the time.
I don't know if we're all just pro wrestling fans and we're like, babyface or heel, like heat is heat, you know? Whereas comedians are like, I saw 3 people in the crowd who didn't like me, and fuck those people. Like, no, don't fuck those people. They were there too. They paid money. I don't know. But yeah, no, you're right, Vinny's mom. Alex has been great to us on his Blaze show.
Nice.
He fucking, like, we're nobodies. And Alex will go, yeah, Steel Toe told me that, you know, you don't listen to those fucking people and you just do the show for the people who love you. I'm like, wow, he really could have just stolen that. Like, the level that Alex is at and the level we're at, Alex could have just taken that. And he goes, no, Steel Toe told me that. I'm like, oh, thanks, buddy. Would it kill you to post the link on your No, I'm just kidding. Kidding. It's weird that we're at that point, considering where Alex and I started off.
Yeah.
With him, like, badgering April on Simpcast.
Yeah, let's hope Opie makes that turn.
Well, might be too little too late. But, yeah, and then from there, Alex coming on the show, and we're all cool, and then he's shouting us out on his Blaze show. What a fucking guy. What a guy. Patrick Lewis says, I watched Crowder yesterday, and without a comic in that other chair, the show kind of sucks. Landau should be back. They said he had jury duty. See, now that's not true. And Patrick, I'm not shitting on you for that. Dave Landau came out and said, I'm not on the new Crowder show.
Yeah, he's not doing the new Crowder show.
As a matter of fact, it sounds like Callen's going to be in that seat because he's got a show once a week on Crowder's network now, the Mug Club. He's going to be the Thursday third mic, or the co-host basically, on Crowder's show. And I think Crowder even said that, you know what? I think I have the clip here for you guys. If we're going to be talking Civil War most of the day, I think we should just loop a few of these stories in there, huh? Just to kind of keep everybody sane. Yeah, here's okay, good. We do have the Crowder clip of him talking about Brian Callen. I think the fighter and the kid might be done. Eventually. Not right away.
Right.
I give it 2 or 3 months. And then I think Callen might be moving on permanently to Mug Club.
We've been joking about Crowder being a grifter, but is he maybe working himself into a shoot? Because this dude, He's looking strung out, like he's like spending his nights laid up, and they're like, and we will move the army over here, and it's like, no, you're not.
He's like Hitler in the bunker in Downfall. he's moving around members that don't even exist anymore. He's like, send Dave Landau, he will take care of it. Mein Crowder, Dave Landau has jury duty. All right, everyone but Brian Callen, Nick DiPaolo, Gerald, leave the room. Dave Landau was supposed to come visit us as a Mud Club, and he's not here. He has betrayed him, and I will destroy Dave Landau and hang him up by his balls on the Eiffel Tower. And everyone's just kind of looking down. Just like, oh, shit. So, you're right. Worked himself into a shoot, absolutely. Crowder actually has made me look like a dick, and I'll tell you why. I said that Crowder starts these fake beefs in order to grift onto his next thing. Like, you got to join the Mug Club so we can fight the libs. You got to join the Mug Club so we can fight big tech. You got to join the Mug Club so we can fight Ben Shapiro because they're all against us.
Right.
But you're right. He's now convinced himself that it's true.
That he is fighting.
So I may have to apologize to Crowder for calling him a grifter. I think he started that way.
Oh, absolutely.
I think he's all in. I think he buys it now. I think he's convinced himself that it's true. But he got Brian Callen, Nick DiPaolo, Jim Brewer. And some guy called Mr. Guns and Gear. I'm not familiar with him, but I'm sure he's got a big audience. He's actually building something kind of impressive. But there's no Dave Landau. Landau has said he's not doing Crowder. Crowder's people on Crowder's show are going like, oh, Dave will stop by a couple of times, but he has jury duty, so he can't. And it sounds like Crowder's trying to keep the Landau fans happy and staying on Mug Club.
And hopefully bail it out with a new comedian before the truth hits the floor.
And it sounds like that guy is Brian Callen. And I'll be honest with you, I've never thought Brian Callen was a bad comedian. I've never thought he was an unfunny guy. I just thought he was tethered to Brendan Schaub. And then, of course, the female accusations that never were proven true. So I don't really know what to think about those. But you're right. Thursday on Crowder, one show a week on Mug Club. And then what Crowder's about to say here, I don't know if Callen wants to be that busy to keep doing The Fighter and the Kid. Let's check it out.
Commissioned out his next special, Brian Callen. I will be doing his next special, and he'll also be doing at least a weekly show. We have some episodes that he'll be doing with you, talking about theology with Gerald. That's a new show we'll be doing as well.
Yeah, and then he'll be in...
Okay, I got to be honest. Do we really need a show where Gerald and Brian Callen talk about Christ? I mean,
what do we call it? The center in the square?
Are we going with the and the?
Yeah, why not?
Keep that theme going. Yeah, I don't know. Father Guido Sarducci was busy for that podcast. Can't get that one.
Third chair, obviously on Thursdays.
So some of these.
So that's interesting. He's gonna have a podcast with Gerald. He's gonna have a show of his own, and then he's gonna be third chair on Thursdays on Crowder. I don't see where The Fighter and the Kid fits into that kind of a schedule.
Yeah, unless you've got people prepping your show for you and you just sit there and read a script, it's not going to be something you have time for.
Right.
These things are turnkey, like Nick DiPaolo, these specials that'll be coming out here within the year, and then some other folks need us to help build out studios. Some of them might be moving to Texas, where we build out a studio here.
Might be moving to Texas.
Oh, it's happening. The fall of Thick Boy Studios is
By the way, this is TFATK on YouTube. I like this guy. He's very cool. Not only as a creator, but he's been a cool dude to us, too.
among us. I'm sure Brendan Schaub is somewhere saying, if you wanted to hurt me, Rinks, well, you got me, brother. And it kind of sounds like Brian Callen signed to Crowder for his stand-up special, his own podcast, and to be third chair on another podcast.
Yeah, so here's my theory. And again, I am pulling this completely out of my asshole. So if you guys are like, oh, bullshit, Aaron, you're probably right. But this Callen thing, it sounds like the Crowder people are going to make him the co-host, but they don't want to throw him in that chair right away.
Because Landau still has a following.
Landau has a following, and the fans will be, you gave him fucking Landau's job, and you piece of shit, I'm canceling my Mug Club subscription. They'll try to work out a thing where, for the right amount of money or whatever, maybe they get Landau to appear once or twice and endorse Callen You know, kind of like, again, pro wrestling, put the other guy over, and then that way the fans are okay with it.
There you go.
And then Callen will be the main guy. They don't want him to jump right into the Landau
Work him in
chair.
slow.
I mean, jump ship for Crowder over Brendan Schaub. I feel like that's a no-brainer, isn't it?
Yeah, stay with Brendan Schaub.
That guy's going places.
You don't walk away from the Gringo Poppy.
No, nobody walks away from the Gringo Poppy
He's
and
48.
lives to tell the tale. Patrick says, morning, Steel Toe, driving my car with no power steering to the shop this morning. Wish me luck. You'll get there. Zen Rhino says, Callen is only an employee at the Fighter and the Kid. He's no longer an equal partner with Brendan Schaub, so of course he's going to take the Crowder deal. Yeah, I mean, look, we've criticized Crowder a lot, so I don't feel like I have to be phony and start shitting on him for no reason. I've always shit on him for reason. Crowder's got deep pockets with that Mug Club shit compared to the Fighter and the Kid. If I'm Callen, I take the deal.
Yeah, and you're not getting a stand-up special out of the Fighter and the Kid.
No.
So
you'd have to self-produce it.
Yep.
And Crowder says, I'll give you a special. You can be, I'm sure the conversation behind the scenes has been, you'll be my co-host. And by the way, I'm actually very interested to see what Callen can do away from Brendan Schaub, because I do feel like Brendan Schaub is an anchor. People can shit on Brian Callen all they want. He's had a career in show business in Hollywood. He was on the Goldbergs, The Hangover, Mad TV. Like, he's done some shit.
And the only thing that really held him up on all of that was, again, the accusations about the stuff with him. That really kind of locked him in with Crowder because he couldn't get anywhere.
With Brendan.
Or fucking Brendan, yeah.
Or fucking Brendan. Now, Kelly Roberts says, Steven Crowder is horrendous. Can you just admit that? Oh, 100%. I don't want anybody who's new to this show or new to us talking about Crowder not to, think that I'm, Team Steven. No. But I do agree with Johnny that although all of this, fight for this, fight for that, fight like hell started out as a grift, which
I think he's really worked himself into it.
I think he believes it now. I do. And as far as grift goes, the internet's got to stop using the word grift improperly. It's making money off of a lie.
Yeah.
That's what a grift is. Pretending to be something so people give you money. That's way different from the more honorable thing that we do, which is dirty, disgusting, filthy e-begging. That is an admirable way to make a living nowadays. Grifting, that's just dishonest. Tim Down says, Callen and Crowder, that will be unwatchable. Will it be any more unwatchable than Crowder and Landau, though?
Yeah.
I mean,
I feel like the unwatchable part of that is usually Crowder.
I'll tell you what might be a decent show. And I got people in the chat saying DePaulo is too good for Crowder. Yeah, but you know what DePaulo's not too good for? A
Money.
nice payday. That Mug Club money rolling in. So, would DePaulo and Crowder... See, I don't think DePaulo and Crowder would be a good show. I like DePaulo by himself. I think I should pull back the reins on this one. I was going to say an Anthony Cumia, Nick DePaulo show would be awesome, but there might be too much.
Yeah,
that could be a record time canceled show.
Yeah.
Those two doing a show together.
I feel like the minute they start speaking to each other, it just goes downhill that way.
Vinny with $20. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate that. 235.
Jesus, thank you guys.
That's very nice of you, Vinny's mom. 235 away from knocking out this morning's goal. Appreciate it. Vinny's mom said, sorry, Alex was rude to April. I didn't know. No. We had made fun of a couple of the things he did. We always liked Alex, but there were certain things that he did where we made fun of them on our show and put them up as clips. And again, Alex even says, like, I don't hear the things you say nice about me. I only hear the shitty things. And he went on Simpcast and he really gave April a hard time, which is fair. April and I had made fun of him. You and I had made fun of him.
Yeah.
That's totally
back.
fair.
That's how it goes.
Exactly. Alex is a pro. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. I shit on him. He shit on us. Then we had him on the show, and now we like each other. Same thing with Gino Bisconti. Did the same thing. That's the level. Like, I'm a radio guy. That's the level of beef I like.
Well, I mean, like is strong with Gino. I mean, we associate with the headband.
We associate with Gino. But, like, that's the level of beef I like. This living on the internet beef shit, that ain't for me. I don't like that. I like that I talk shit about your show. You talk shit about my show. What I didn't realize about the YouTube beef culture is these people I'm making fun of, a lot of them don't have shows.
Oh.
They just have rages. And I'm like, oh, so you're not doing like an entertainment thing like I am. Oh, okay. See, like my problem I had, the thing I didn't know was these people fucking mean it. And I'm like, I've got way too good of a life to like mean any of this shit. Like this is a fun show for everybody. So I don't know. Some people take it a little too seriously, I suppose. April says we were cool after, handled it well. Yeah. Alex is awesome. I like him. He's a genuine guy. He really is. By that, I don't mean like he's not trans. I just mean he's an honest dude.
That's a real dick. I expected it myself.
That's a nice, firm Texas cock the guy's got on him. Yeah. Ned Sheckler says, this show needs a frequently asked question on commonly used terms. Maybe we should, so we can help people out to better understand those words. Cassia says, DePaulo and Crowder, a bisexual? Are you guys nuts? You know what? You're probably right. It wouldn't work. Brett Hollywood's show says, Kumia's goons took me to Applebee's last night. Those sons of bitches. God damn each one of them straight to hell. All right, guys, thank you very much. 2:35 away from this morning's goal. There's the Streamlabs and the PayPal links in the chat if you feel like chipping into us on either one of those. Otherwise, as you've seen, becoming a new member and Super Chats are a way to contribute to the program as well. But there you go, 2:35 away from doing an extra half hour. We did say thank you earlier to Susan for the $10 also. Appreciated. Oh, my God, Keith Olbermann's still on my screen. I got to stop doing that. Now we can get back into Trump.
Oh, goody.
By the way, has the revolution started yet? I haven't looked.
What time is it?
Is the revolution
I think
on?
It's too early.
April, if you're awake. Well, she was just in the chat, so she's awake. Yes, Susan, thank you very much for the PayPal. We appreciate that. What? Holy shit, that can't be the real him.
What?
Dude, if he's back, this is huge. Big if true. Has the man returned?
Oh, dude, you're back finally?
No, it could be someone pretending.
But I mean, it could be the time.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're a new listener of this program,
you won't understand the awesomeness.
You won't understand how big this moment is. Ladies and gentlemen, we could be seeing the return of the one and only cheeseburger pie.
Hell yeah.
Now, some of you may not know this, but our friend Cheeseburger Pie, who's been with us since the radio days, he went on a nice little vacation.
Yeah, he had a sabbatical.
Cheeseburger Pie was not here for a while. In fact, I think he's missed the whole YouTube era of Steel Toe. He took a nice, relaxing vacation. And I believe that Cheeseburger Pie may be back. He says, good morning, boys. Holy shit. Cheese is here.
The cheese has returned.
By God, it's the cheese. By God, the cheese is back, King. That man has a family. I fucking hope not. But Cheese, welcome. Does Cheese have the number? Does Cheese still have the call-in number to the show? Cheese, if that's really you got to call the show, buddy. And maybe if you want to talk to us about your vacation and the sights you saw, and
maybe don't take another vacation before this August.
Yeah, the pictures.
We got the anniversary show coming up.
The pictures you took, the friends you met, the sex you had. If you'd like to, Cheese, great to have you, buddy. Oh my God, if I would have known, I would have named this episode "The Return of the Cheese."
Yeah.
This is gonna make the revolution and the Civil War today seem so much easier to handle.
Oh, I thought we were going to miss it now because we had something more important.
Oh, my God. This is great. Johnny Chopsticks theorizing that he went to the nervous hospital.
No.
That is wonderful. Great. Kane B says, welcome back, convict. Oh, wait, what? No, come on. King Kong Dong wants to know, how many wallets did you make? I still have to get a phone number, which should be today, says Cheeseburger Pie. All right, well, I understand. Welcome back anyway. I feel like we're having Billy Bats at the bar, welcoming him back home. I hope it doesn't end the same way.
Yeah. That wouldn't be good.
Pro Gun says this is going to be the gayest Civil War ever. I kind of agree with him. I feel like we're headed for a really gay Civil War. You're going to have like drag queens in one quarter, Proud Boys in the other. The rest of us just like, hey, you think we can keep this economy afloat while these spurgs duke it out in the streets? You think we'll be able to avoid it?
The trans group is sitting there just going, tits and dicks are the trophies of the day.
The Proud Boys are like, breakfast cereals are the trophies of the day. Guys, you don't have to pick sides and shit. You can hate both of these people. It's okay to detest both sides of stuff. In fact, you're usually right if you do that.
Yeah. Most people suck.
Yeah. So, the stuff that's happening in New York City yesterday and today, E-Rock, the wonderful Eric Nagel from Compound Media, he was informing us last night during the evening show that Midtown Manhattan, they were just blocking the thing off. I mean, cops and security and barricades everywhere, just getting ready for the Trump announcement. So, again, I don't want to see bedlam and mayhem in the streets because then that's going to be a big chunk of the show for the next couple of days.
Right.
But at the same time, I don't believe that the NYPD is doing all of this just on a lark.
Just in case,
Right. We like to drive around one of the biggest cities in the world and just put up heavy metal barricades, just, in case shit happens. All the traffic we have in this city, we like to shut it all down and redirect it just on a whim. So they heard something from the DA's office, and they're getting ready.
You don't need barricades if you're not arresting Trump.
Right. You won't need them. So here we go. This is what we know so far.
The New York City Police Department began erecting metal fencing in Lower Manhattan on
They must be really aroused. I usually just erect a nice hard cock. Them, metal rods.
Those were the days.
Yeah.
Monday, as a potential criminal indictment for Donald Trump appears imminent. Law enforcement officials were stepping up security around the Manhattan courthouse where the charges would be filed after Trump over the weekend called on his supporters to protest. Manhattan District Attorney...
This is all, it's all just kind of one-upsmanship. The DA announces, we're going to have charges against Trump. And it's like, shut up. Just do it quietly so shit doesn't go down. So then Trump gets that information. He's like, oh, yeah, well, if they're going to indict me and arrest me, I want all of you guys out there protesting. You're like, you go to the DA.
That's not helping anybody.
Yeah, you're like, hey, brag, you dipshit. You see what you did now? Now look what's going to happen. And it's hard to believe, like, Alvin Bragg was a Soros-funded guy. So it's hard to believe this isn't by design.
What, this anarchy that we got coming out here?
Yeah.
God, seems a little scripted.
I'm not hoping for anything. I'm not crossing my fingers for it. Well, I guess you're legally allowed to hope that someone doesn't hang around for much longer, right? Natural causes and all.
Oh.
You're allowed to be like, oh man, I think the country would be in a better place if that guy was in a capacity where he wasn't allowed to influence events. Right?
Which person?
Soros.
Oh, okay.
Am I like is
that's not good, but it's not bad.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not actually wishing for something to happen so much as saying
right.
That there could be benefits.
Sure. Yeah.
Alvin Bragg is probing alleged hush money payments made by
Oh my
Trump.
God, Lawrence Fishburne looks terrible.
Good God, Morpheus ate the Matrix.
Morpheus, why? Oh, can we take the pill that just burns all the fat out of your body and leaks it out of your ass? How about that one? Ephedra?
Jesus.
How about that? All right, we have two pills, Morpheus. We have the one that returns you back to reality or returns you back under a healthy BMI. You get to choose.
Trump's former attorney, Michael Cohen, to an adult film star who claimed to have had a sexual affair with the former president, claims Trump denies.
Michael Cohen ends up being the guy who tricks Trump and stabs him in the back and ends up being duplicitous. Who could have saw that guy? Who could have saw that coming?
Yeah, why would you say that?
I don't know. Just Michael Cohen being duplicitous and out for himself and, stabbing his friends in the back whenever it becomes convenient for him.
I mean, is that something Cohen has a history of, or
Michael, or just in general? Lawyer, because he's a lawyer. He's a lawyer.
Yeah, don't notice and all anything.
Yeah, he's a lawyer. That's all it was. You fucking marks.
No current or former president in U.S. history has ever been criminally charged.
It's only because Ford pardoned Nixon. Stop with the asterisks.
And Trump is in the midst of yet another campaign for the White House.
All signs point to his imminent indictment by a grand jury.
Danya Perry is a former assistant U.S. attorney for New York's Southern District and told Reuters what
Could she wipe the wetness of her pussy off the camera while she says that, though? Like, I wish, like, all these people who talk about Trump getting arrested, it's always in an upward inflection. It's always with sexual organs engorged. There's just cum and snail trails all over the cameras.
I can hear your labia enlarging.
I can hear your clit protruding. What the fuck is going on here?
Sounds like an automatic window.
I got to start putting my ear to the thing when that happens. Because I don't hear that noise.
I like to listen to the kitty purr,
I'm an admirer.
May happen next.
Yeah, but your problem is I don't want to be like you because you never ask first. So, like, it's always just...
I figure it's easier to ask forgiveness than permission.
Yeah, I saw Johnny get punched in the ear at a park once. And I was like, dude, that's what happens when you put your ear to people's
She was wearing wind pants. It was fine.
Next.
Former President Trump is not going to be dragged in front of a scrum of reporters. There's not going to be a perp walk. He won't be put in handcuffs or shackles.
See how, like, down her demeanor gets when she starts saying that? Like, she's like, Trump might get arrested tomorrow, and then he's not going to be in handcuffs. There's not going to be a perp walk.
We won't be marching him through the streets naked while someone in front of him chants, shame.
Ding, 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 ding.
He will self-surrender, but he will have to go through all of the normal procedures that any defendant who is charged in federal criminal court or state criminal court.
I love how our media always puts the most dignified and positive photos of him out there when they talk about him.
Like, they don't pick the ones that make him look like a dick.
He always looks like a beaver about to eat a tree. They always put that picture out there. It's just the subtle shit you notice now, and you're just like, God.
He always looks like someone who accidentally sat on the head of a unicorn. Just fucking, oops.
Has to go through, including having a mugshot taken, having to be processed through the system, and having to be arraigned in front of a judge.
You know how many fucking shot glasses of that mugshot are going to get sold at gift shops in every trashy tourist destination?
I was saying when predicting, because it's been the trend, that's just what I'm going with, that this doesn't really land anything for him. He just kind of bats this away. His presidential campaign is set. You take the Obama poster, Hope, and you just put it nope, and it's him in a fucking orange jumpsuit holding that and you just make the same poster, and it's Donald Trump. Nope, like there you go.
And having to enter a plea, in this case, it will surely be a not guilty plea.
But if the indictment seems imminent, the case against Trump...
Watch, he just throws all these people for a loop, and he goes, well, fuck me, you got me, I did it.
I plowed her like a snowy road. Why the fuck does he sound like...
Let's make a deal, Money Hall. Okay. Wait, is it Wayne Brady? Does the colored fella do it now? I can't remember. It's Monty. Look, Monty Hall, always my let's make a deal guy. Wayne Brady, talented guy, almost white, but almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. Okay?
Trump is far from certain. Cohen admitted to making the payment to adult performer Stormy Daniels in the waning...
I tried to convince him to go with $125 instead of $150, but he said he wanted to make it stick.
The fuck is that? The key to her celibacy? What the...
Oh.
What are we giving her a key for?
I know it's not the key to her virginity because she's surrounded by white guys.
All right, dude. It's definitely not the key to her back door. That thing's been unlocked and open for a while.
Well, you're going to need a bigger key. That's not going to fit in my anus. It's going to fall right out of there. Come on, those things aren't elastic.
Most of the keys that go in the back door are also not that bright. They're usually a darker color.
Of the 2016 presidential campaign and was reimbursed by Trump after he took office, a reimbursement that
she was either getting fucked or taking a shit. I'm not really sure what that photo was.
Either way, I want to see it happen.
I gots to know. You're like the black guy in Dirty Harry.
So did they
By the way, Dirty Harry, also her porn name.
In the waning days of the 2016 presidential...
Jesus Christ, Gil, there's some questions you don't ask.
Good, you noticed.
I had a delayed fuse in my brain.
That's fine.
Was it Gil?
I don't remember.
Presidential campaign and was reimbursed by Trump after he took office, a reimbursement that was falsely billed as, quote, legal fees.
Come on.
Legal fees.
I mean, his lawyer paid a chick and then he paid Cohen. Aren't they legal fees if you're billed for legal fees?
Yeah.
Just bill him for legal fees and have him pay it that way.
He paid for some stuff. What's wrong with that?
Falsifying business records is a misdemeanor, but legal experts say it can be elevated to a felony if it was part of covering up another crime. In this case,
there was no crime. He fucked a girl and said, "Don't tell anybody about this. Here's a cash gift."
How fucking hard are we going to shoehorn this into another crime? What?
Think about this.
He came prematurely? Was that
Yeah. Think about this. We're willing to start a civil war in the streets over a fucking misdemeanor, over a speeding ticket, over a goddamn misdemeanor. You know, in New York City, if a guy stabs an old lady on the subway, they let him out the same day.
Yeah, but he's not running for president.
Oh, my God. And now the equivalent of like punching a guy in a bar. No, punching a guy in a bar is more serious than what Trump did. God.
We better hope there isn't an oil can.
Oh, my God.
Then
Wouldn't that be
get
terrible?
Real dangerous.
Don't fuck with Trump.
case, prosecutors may allege Trump was trying to hide an illegal campaign contribution. James Sample is a law professor at Hofstra University.
What makes it especially and potentially criminal is that when he paid her in this way, if in fact that's what happened, he then wrote off that expense as legal expenses, when in fact that would be essentially a contribution, a significant contribution, and not a legal expense by any stretch of the imagination.
Again, it's a fucking misdemeanor.
Not a legal expense by any stretch of the imagination.
Okay, then he falsified records, like you said, a misdemeanor.
Yeah, but I can easily stretch my imagination to see that as a legal expense. Your lawyer paid off your whore.
Right.
That's a legal expense.
All you got to do, make a bill, legal expenses, $150K. There, boom, pay it, done.
Prosecutors charged Cohen with election law crimes related to the payment. He pleaded guilty, served prison time, and has emerged as a likely key witness in Bragg's investigation. Trump has called the probe a politically motivated witch hunt.
Well, again, the pictures they choose.
Yeah.
It's just comical. Like if this was Obama, like if Obama R-worded and murdered a person, they would show pictures of him standing like this when talking about the charges. Trump gets the equivalent of a parking ticket, and they
look at him sucking on this microphone.
Yeah, the most editable with a dick photos you've ever seen.
God, I wish that green screen was up now. I'd have something to do today.
And claimed without evidence that Democratic President Joe Biden may be directing it. The Manhattan probe is far from the only investigation.
It's not Biden directing it. It's the guy in charge, George Soros.
And claimed without evidence. Yeah, only the prosecutors are allowed to do that.
Yeah.
Dogging the Republican candidate. A Georgia prosecutor is looking into Trump's efforts to undermine the 2020 election results in that state. And the U.S. Justice Department has named a special counsel to investigate Trump's illegal retention of classified documents, as well as his involvement in alleged efforts to subvert the 2020 presidential election.
So, after the guy declares he wants to run for president, and as the banks collapse and Biden's numbers are in the shitter and the economy sucks and nobody has any money, now we've got all these investigations and we're going to indict Trump and all this other stuff. I have to ask them. Do you secretly want him to have a second term?
I think so. I think, like, the Democrats don't want to admit it, but Sleepy Joe is kind of sleeping on him.
I think they love him. I have to tell you.
Things were so much better 3 years ago. And this is the other question I have. Do we get to, is there like a statute of limitations on this election bullshit? After the guy who the election he tried to steal from, after that guy has served his whole term, can we go, who fucking cares? Okay?
Right.
It doesn't matter because
guys, the election, legitimate, whatever, fine. It worked. The guy's in office, the other guy isn't. What did he subvert?
What more do you need?
Yeah, what did he subvert? And then, like, the classified documents thing. All right, what about what we found in Joe Biden's midlife crisis mobile in his garage?
I mean, at least for this one, they had to go into the safe that the government actually put in there.
Yeah.
But
Biden had it, like, in the trunk next to his tire iron and an old baseball glove.
They found a dildo in the box. They don't even know whose it is.
Hunters.
I mean, we're hoping so.
Yeah.
But a couple of the guys were like, Jill.
If Bragg were to charge the former president, a trial could be more than a year away, which means it could be scheduled to start as the 2024 election is in full swing.
What the hell you say? What odd timing that would be.
That seems almost as, that seems almost as conspicuous as holding off on announcing some leaking radioactive waste and stuff, because you don't want anyone to know about that amidst the election. Just wait 4 months.
This is retarded. This is what people are going to go nuts about today. And you just listen to the news story of it, and it's retarded. It's just so stupid. And they're going to go insane over it. Everyone's going to riot. Everyone's going to go nuts. Oh, boy. KF says, so we're getting tied up on a QuickBooks error.
Yep.
Motherfucker. Citizen M says the IRS got Al Capone on tax evasion. Stop murderers however you can. How are we going to get Bill Clinton? I'm just kidding. Let's be honest. Every president since Lincoln is a fucking murderer. You know what? They've all been murderers on some level, right?
I mean, people probably died under their reign, but I mean, it's not like they did it themselves. It's not like they were like Richard Nixon, like, well, I'm going to fucking solve this problem.
He did that with his dog, though. Oh, we got to put Checkers down. His leg's getting bad. It's good, Richard Nixon.
I'm sorry, Checkers. Welcome to the Canadian healthcare system.
Well, Checkers arthritis here in the 1970s is nothing to fuck around with. There you go.
I'm not a crook, but I am Dr. Kevorkian.
Get over here, Pat, you bitch. I hear you've got arthritis, too. Oh, I wish I could do this to Congress. Ha, 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 ha. Come here, Gerald. I want to see if this gun's clean.
Oh, man. That's what happened to Spiro Agnew. He didn't want to be president because he was...
All right, remember, if you want to be president, you got to do two things. One, you got to pardon me. Two, blood in, blood out. I'm going to pistol whip the fuck out of you, Gerald. Are you ready?
Yes, sir. Continuing his Ali-like return to the show, Cheeseburger Pie is now officially a Yeehaw Club member.
Thank you, Cheeseburger.
Thank you very much, buddy. 2:30 away from today's goal. Appreciate it, guys. Yeah, I wish we still had the Pastor Manning drop. I'm telling you, white folk are ready to riot. Fatty Melton in the chat. Fatty Melton, I can provide you all the legal advice you need regarding the situation with Trump. I'm an expert. Oh, okay. I'm sure. What are you going to use Florida's sunshine laws and then claim you spent money on an investigator? I got you, buddy. Hey, secret safe with me. Tim Down says Clinton's got another one recently. Shot twice and tied to a tree. Oh, no, we talked about that one.
Yeah.
It wasn't just shot twice and tied to a tree. Shot twice, tied to a tree. They didn't find the gun. It was like 40 feet away from the person.
Yeah.
Like,
because, guns
you tie
choose
yourself to
leave.
a tree, you shoot yourself twice, and then you chuck it 40 feet in the air.
Because you wouldn't want someone to just, find it. Good thing you threw it 40 feet.
So now, after listening to that story about how the revolution or the Civil War is going to play out, like, honest to God, could you think of something that's more of a nothing burger than this?
I mean, if we...
Y2K, maybe. I got to go back 23 years.
We got so pissed when Clinton got a blowjob, and now we're like, oh, we're pissed about Trump paying off. Like, at least this one made some money.
I mean, at least the blowjob, they could, stick perjury to it,
Yeah.
They're like, well, he perjured himself, he was under oath, and he lied, and whatever. Okay. I mean, still, I wish we could just sweep this under the rug and move on because it's a fucking blowjob. It's no big deal. But this is, a speeding ticket. It's falsifying records. It's a misdemeanor. You understand that, law firms and banks do this, and they just get $1 billion in an oopsie daisy.
Yeah. I mean, we're bailing out SVB, and we're going to sit there and treat Trump like he's a horrible person. He might have cheated the politicals. Right. Right. You know what? This was such a huge crime that you had to wait until after his presidential reign was done, and everything else you threw at him that didn't stick, and now we've got this.
I mean, the honesty of this political process, I can't believe that he would jeopardize it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a meeting with oil executives. I got to raise some money. Thank you, Susan M., for another $5. Appreciate that over there on PayPal and Streamlabs. Very nice of you. 225 away from knocking out today's goal for a half hour of overtime. There's PayPal, there's Streamlabs links in the chat, and Rumble rants and super chats and memberships. It all counts. It all works. Thank you guys very much. Hit the like button. Let's see if we can get, somewhere around 300 or so by 9 o'clock in the next hour and 10 minutes here. Go ahead and hit the like button if you're on YouTube. Go ahead and hit the subscribe button, all of that shit. Hit them all. Hit the likes, hit the subscribes, hit the follows, hit the whole membership, hit the whole thing today. We're having a great show, and we're glad you're here with us. And it's the return of cheeseburger pie, which to me is icing on the cake.
The best.
Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Of course, Midland Armory in downtown Foley, or online at midlandarmory.com. Our friends at Midland Armory, our audience loves them. You should see some of the shopping lists people send me. They're like, thank you so much for Midland Armory. The selection online is fucking great. Check it out, whether you're looking for the nicest, newest, most expensive item for your collection, or you're just looking for something simple for some home defense or hunting. Midland Armory has it for you, and you can contact them online at midlandarmory.com, and Derek and Tracy can help you. There's no stupid questions, just you at Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Just remember to use the promo code SteelToe so you can get yourself some nice savings. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. MSO is officially making his prediction, saying no magic number / goal.
Okay.
There you go. MSO is saying no goal today.
That's ballsy of him. That is early.
Yep. Let's see if we can prove him wrong. Not even halfway through, and you guys are doing a great job today. MSO, thank you for your prediction. Vinny's mom says, where do you all come from? The lovely state of Minnesota.
Usually the waste. I mean, it tends to be the dick. I haven't had any other ones happen.
Nobody should listen to this. This is not a show anybody should be listening to. It should be banned in every institution that there is.
Hey, man, I'm just helping with a dad joke.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Sarah, stick around. You're going to be a big fan of this show. Try not to be such an angry person. Two local students. Okay, I wanted to give you this one. Two local students allegedly handed out money with the N-word on it at school. Racist, unacceptable, terrible, right?
Yes.
Where's this going? Make
These
a prediction.
Hate crimes are not acceptable, especially when I'm guessing these two people were of color. I'm guessing.
What?
I'm guessing that they.
Where has there been any trend of that happening that would make you think that that's where I'm going with this story?
I mean, it just kind of seems like that's how these usually play out.
If that's the case, is it going to be included in this news story?
I feel like at the very, very end, after we get all our hate out over how insensitive people are about the suffering of the black community, and thank God that they had the balls to put the spotlight on it and show us that this is happening.
Look, it used to surprise me when this shit happened. Like, it used to surprise me when you would go, there was a hate crime at a school. You're like, holy shit, man, what a racist piece of shit. Who would do that? And then they go, oh, it was actually a black student. And you're like, what the fuck? Why? Why would they do that? Now it's happened so many times that you see the story first and you're like, oh, that's probably a hoax. And now it doesn't surprise me because we've given so much credence. We've given so much value to being a victim now that if you attach like a social currency to victimhood, more people are going to want to be a victim, which in my mind is a mental illness in and of itself.
Yeah, you literally want people to overpower and put you in a position to want. Again, why would anyone want to be a victim?
Right.
Why?
I thought we were trying to get over the whole being a victim. Anyway, let's check out the story. Let's see how you've heard us tell you what the story is. Now let's see if the news reported it as it is. Let's check it out. I think there might be an ad here first. Hang tight. And we'll get to this one. Oh, maybe not. Maybe there's not even going to be a story that plays. Here we go. Yeah, we gotta hit up an ad first. And then they'll throw it to us. It's a quick one. It's like 10 seconds. Don't worry about it. So we had a hate crime at the school. It turned out to be two black students doing it. It was actually kind of a funny bit they did, to be honest with you. Here we go.
They allegedly handed out fake money with the N-word on it at school.
Oh, that was fake money?
Oh, man. I thought those were the new bills in circulation.
Put some skin in your game, man.
Yeah. I thought those were the new bills from the Treasury Department. I can't wait to spend these, you smack.
This is my Washington.
Spend it? What do you mean? I'm keeping this shit. I'm never getting rid of this. Go to a Popeyes and pay with those. It's just the most awkward transaction.
Dude, I just did 23andMe. It turns out Ben Franklin is my father.
If you're going to have money with the N-word on it, doesn't Thomas Jefferson have to be on all the bills now? I'm just saying.
Carson Academy, the school district says the fake money also had a derogatory picture of an African American and read
now
that
I need to see the money
was for buying fried chicken and alcohol.
I love these people.
Funny fucking kids, man. They are funny kids. Especially like they're black. It's totally fine. It's all right.
The district says the two students now face discipline.
Yeah?
The two students who are now facing discipline, I should say, are African American.
Oh, okay. You know what? So they did say it.
They made sure to get, like I said, get their disgust part out. Like, oh, it's just unacceptable.
Racism and chicken and watermelon and booze and the N-word. And by the way, black kids did it. It's it is encouraging though that at least the school's like, look, we're gonna fuck anybody who does this. Like, we're punishing anybody who pulls this shit.
I'm in favor of that.
Yeah, instead of like doing the thing where, oh, they were black. Yeah, well then they're probably just getting out some kind of cultural frustration.
They're explaining the problem that we aren't seeing.
We're like in this like weird social climate that we're in now where they actually give the people who were just doing a shitty trolley thing, they're giving them an out and an explanation. Like they're talking to the John Lovitz character from CNN or from SNL, where they're like, "Oh yeah, you did this because you were upset about all the social disenfranchisement that you've had to go through as a historical minority." Yeah, that's the ticket. It's not.
That's what it is. Yeah. I don't hate all the in the club.
Yeah, I wasn't just fucking around and doing a funny bit that I thought was kind of hilarious to me. It was it was racism. It was the white people made me do it.
I did it to bring attention to the double down sandwich.
Yeah, that's the ticket. It was an advertisement.
If it is used, then there ought to be some consequences. But hurt is hurt and harm is harm, and I don't care where it comes from. It's wrong.
I think it was horrific. I think that these students should be punished. But I think in addition to being punished, there should be a level of restoration.
Restoration. Again, I kind of feel like it's
you want to take the money back? They can't spend it.
These children should be punished. They should be held accountable. Yes, these black children. Oh, can we just let them off the hook?
Yeah, what's the restoration that you do with this? I don't really understand what the restoration would be. Oh, these poor kids who got handed this money. What do you want them to walk over to the kids and say sorry?
I quite frankly want to see this money. It sounds like they put a lot of work into it.
Right.
When I first heard this story, I just assumed they were lazy and they just had like a stack of ones and a Sharpie and they just went on the back of them.
They just kind of drew mustaches and shit and then wrote chicken on it.
Yeah.
You can't tell me what to spend my money on.
The school district says...
in parentheses, not Chick-fil-A, asshole.
should also be taught that what they did was wrong. This is the same school district where a teacher was recorded using the N-word in the classroom last year. She was removed and then resigned.
You don't say. So this school has a bit of a history with this kind of a thing. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like two kids who were just fucking around, right?
Or they just really know what they are and they want to draw attention to it.
It's like, look, I have an idea for the future of this country. Toastmaster says, I think he meant restitution. Some people are saying they meant reparations. Go to San Francisco. You'll get $5 million and what is it, $97,000 a year?
And then your debt's wiped in a $1 house or some shit like that.
Fucking great, man. Yeah, you get a $1 house. I almost, like, on one hand, I'm happy that they're treating, no matter what the skin color is, they're treating it the same.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I'm also kind of like, let them go. They were just fucking around,
Yeah, I'm actually on a different side. I'm like, I feel like it's a worse offense when you're one of those people and you do that. Like, if you bring racism to your own group, I feel like, we should, hold you extra accountable.
Yeah, and if you're the school, you're like, you see the fucking mountain of shit I got to deal with, and like it wasn't even a real race thing. I can't even virtue signal off this as the principal, you little prick.
See, I hate these things going on because it's like a false accusation of any kind. It shames anyone that's really a victim.
Yeah, I suppose. But I will say, regardless, I want to see the money.
Yeah, dude, I totally want to see the money.
The point I'm trying to make is I really want to see what these dollar bills
are. These
look
bills
like.
available on eBay? Does anyone have some and they're selling them? Like, Jesus.
Yeah. 225 away from today's goal. If you guys feel like knocking her out for us and chipping in, there's the PayPal and the Streamlabs link in the chat. It's also pinned to the top of the page. Super chats and memberships count as well. PayPal and Streamlabs take about 5%. YouTube takes 30%. Rumble takes 20%. Just in case you needed to know. Let's go from the revolution that might happen today in our country to the one that's currently happening in France.
Oh, right.
We teased this earlier today. In France, they raised the retirement age with no vote. It's just the government did it unilaterally. They raised the retirement age from 62 to 64 years old. And the people of France went fucking apeshit. They started setting the streets on fire. They just giant, like, just the street and just throwing shit in the middle of the street and just lighting it up. They're chanting all kinds of stuff. They're not going to bed. It's just round-the-clock protests. Now the crowds are even chanting things like, I want to make sure I get this chant right. We have beheaded Louis XVI, and we can do it again.
Really? He got his head back?
No. They're not going to. No, I'm sorry. You're right, Johnny. No, they're not going to behead Louis XVI again.
Okay.
That's a good point. You know what? Those protesters got to think a better chance.
Yeah.
That one's confusing. We're going to behead Louis XVI again. It does not really sound like it is going to bring us any justice. I mean, first of all, we have to exhume his body, and how much is left? Did they tape his head back on after we cut off his head the first time? Yeah, this I do not know. It's now turning into French.
Yeah, I know. I was going to say, you're going to just end up like, well, we cannot behead him. We want to get Chris Chelios.
Maybe Luc Robitaille comes by. He put on Louis XVI's hat back on, and then he hack it off with his hockey stick. Oh. That is right. We get current president. We make him dig up the Louis XVI. We put the head back on, and then we chop it back off, and we say to him, this could be you if you don't change retirement age. That's now French for me.
Yeah, no, dude. I'll be disappointed if I ever go to France and not even one person just pop it, just once.
I go to Buckendo Party. They say that they raise retirement age. I grab bartender. I snap neck in half.
They say, how you feel? I say, I feel. I very, very feel.
Anton Slavic says, nice Spanish accent, Aaron. It works with the facial hair. Filthy Spaniard. The last time they say there is let them eat all of the cake. I say, no, I am a diabetic.
Anton Slavic, that's clearly not a Spanish accent. A Spanish accent would be, hey.
Mexican Americans don't like to protest about retirement because they are 64 and they work at Walmart and got a raise. That's my Spanish accent.
Yep.
Is that a pretty good one?
Seems on par.
Yeah. Mexican Americans don't chop off leaders' heads because they raise retirement age. Because their grandmas knit their own quilts. Fucking no. SC Motorsports says, sounds more Russian than Spanish. That's not true. I have a great Russian accent. Ready?
All right.
You bring a great dishonor among the Russian family if you protest the retirement age. You will work to a wrong life. There. That's pretty good. Right?
Yeah, I mean, mine is, I choppy. Oh, someone did it.
Somebody. Oh, Huckleberry beat us to it. Yeah. In Japan, when they raise the retirement age, they just chant this.
Saw the message. Choppy, beep, beep.
Whoa. Fuck. See, now, if I was the president, that would scare me more than threatening to cut my head off.
Yeah.
All right, you raise retirement age. I respond by chopping your head off with a machete. It take multiple hacks, not like the movies. Meanwhile, in this case, you got, you will raise retirement age on the me.
Saw the message. Choppy, beep, beep.
Better yet, you bring the Japanese guy to France to say that to the leader, and he's
There
like,
you go.
yeah, fuck it. Fine, guys. The retirement age is 40. All right. I'm keeping my
Take
dick.
a nap and leave my dick alone.
Stevie J says Aaron lives in an alternate timeline where Japan took over the world. Right. In the world I came from, the Japanese won World War II. It was very Man in the High Castle-esque. You guys aren't going to like it. J-Dead says Aaron is the king of impersonations like Zumak is the king of fraud. Oh, that's actually remarkably nice. Fire Ginger with $2 says, do your Jew voice now. I mean, if you would have given me maybe $7 or $10, then maybe we could have talked about it. But $2 doesn't seem near as fitting as what I should get for this wonderful program.
Seems a bit harsh to hardline a price right out. I mean, leave room for negotiation.
We didn't even get to counter offer what you gave us, but that's fine. I guess that's just how you do business. I just thought after how much we knew each other, you would respect me. I'm kind of like venturing into the French as I do that. Oh, we are not Jewish here. We. Yosemite Sambo says, so your shit Dusty Rhodes impression. It's a wonderful Dusty Rhodes impression, you piece of monkey shit. Oh.
Saw the message. Jumpy, jumpy, beep, beep.
Look the fuck out. So anyway, because this is a hard-hitting news show, we really cover these stories with the respect and grace they deserve. We find, I don't really give a shit about the French protests until I always say, wake me up when the protesters start threatening to cut people's heads off. And it seems like that's where we're at.
And I'm usually like, I'm gonna hit the snooze on that. Hit me when it's actually happening. I'm just gonna tune in for the main event.
Yeah, just instigating. You're like, oh yeah, big talk, pussy. Don't talk about it. Be about it. Oh, you thought January 6th was bad. Jesus Christ. Grank Nutterbutter says you came from horrible baby grilling Huns. You can't do it right. I mean, look, my people got a little bucky there for a while, but. No. J-Dead says Kumia would be proud of the stream today. Thank you, J-Dead, very much.
That's who we do it for.
If you're proud of us, throw us a like, throw us a subscription. Thank you very much. Who's ready for French Revolution 2.0? Fiery but probably mostly peaceful protests, says Not the Bee, have broken out in France over the last week in response to French President Macron. By the way, delicious.
Oh, yeah, dude.
I love a good Macron.
Yeah.
You ever had one?
Mm-hmm.
We got some upstairs. April, could Johnny and I each have a Macron? If you could grab us each a Macron and bring it down. Not the whole box, just bring us one each.
They're just the little tiny things, right?
Yeah, I would love to have a nice Macron. Raise the retirement age from 62 to 64. Dude, this administration has burned this country to the fucking ground and we won't even get off the couch.
Yeah, dude. We nuked one of our states with like a whole bunch of toxic clouds and our banks are falling apart.
Our banks are in shambles. Eggs cost like $5 a carton for a dozen.
Good luck trying to get across a road nowadays.
Right, exactly. You can't go to any of the big cities because you get the shit beat out of you. But in France, they're like, hey, you guys got to work an extra, I don't know, maybe 400 or 500 days total. And they're like, I have a better idea. My counter offer is we chop off your head and shove your balls in your mouth. Like, whoa, dude, all right, fine. Jesus, you guys can retire. How about 63? How about we gouge out one of your eyeballs and shove them up your daughter's asshole? All right, 62 it is. Not good enough. 61, let's call it a win, boys. The French really, really, really like their leisure time, so much so that they are willing to threaten extraordinary violence. They really, really don't want Macron to mess with the retirement age. They're willing to threaten to overthrow their government. Oh, thank you, April. Here, would you like, in honor of the French, would you like a Macron? You get to pick which one it is.
I'll go with the brown one.
It
looks bigger.
Attaboy. I'll go with the red one because, it's that time. There we go. Oh, look at that. A nice Macron in honor of the French. Sorry. Eating on the air is disgusting. Ooh.
Mukbang.
That is tart.
Glad I went with this one.
The 9-year-old asked for her birthday. She said, one thing I want is, like, she got a nice, gift package. So we got a birthday party on Saturday coming up. And then we got Monday. Yesterday was her actual birthday. So what we did was she wanted mochi, little ice cream balls. She wanted beef ramen with fish cakes and some other shit.
Like real ramen. Right.
Yeah. She then wanted the macaroons and then some Robux for Roblox. So she made out like a bandit. And now, they're not going to hold for 2 more days. So we'll just eat them. No, they'll be fine. But we're just kind of hoping Here's the problem. If you eat her macaroons and she doesn't remember she had them, it's fine. If she remembers she had the macaroons, now you got to go buy her a whole new package of macaroons. So technically everybody wins. Right? Yeah, April went all out. She went to April yesterday goes to a Vietnamese market, like a little Vietnamese hole-in-the-wall market to find the shit the kid asked for the 9th birthday dinner. Yeah. SC Motorsports says, that's a gay list. Sorry, not sorry. I mean, it's a 9-year-old. 9-year-olds are kind of gay like that. They come up with some weird shit. That's a bougie little 9-year-old, though.
Yeah, dude. Where'd the fish cakes and everything come from?
April took her to that Ippen Ramen place.
Okay.
They had kind of a fun girls' day. And they went to Ippen Ramen, and she loved it. So there's that. And then one day at Costco, we let them all pick out a treat for themselves. Because the 9-year... Here's what the oldest likes to do. She goes, guys, I want to go to Costco. Because she wants to go on a Saturday morning, and she just wants to troll free samples.
Oh, dude, smart idea.
Yeah, she just wants to eat free samples all day. And we're like, all right, sounds good to me. And then by the end, they all know that they get some kind of a treat. And she picked this. So the other kids are picking like $6, $7 giant bags of chips or candy or something.
Right.
She picks a fucking $17 tray of macaroons. And we're like, this bougie fucking kid here.
And you paid for it anyway, you spoiling son of a bitch.
We bought it for her. We bought it for her. Oh, Sarah, don't be so jealous. It's not a good look. Don't be so cunty. You're, like I said, you're going to become a big fan of this show. Just embrace it. Embrace it. All right, guys, what are we, 225 away? So, yeah, America could be burning by the end of today. France is already burning. But that leaves like 209 countries where things are all right.
Have to move to one.
You know what? Cut out all third world countries. 103 countries are still doing okay. All right, then you got to get rid of, then Israel's always under threat. So there's, so there are about 5. There's probably 5 countries that are doing okay today. There you go.
Are any of them like first world countries? I'm looking for somewhere to go.
Electric Shoes says, April really is America's stepmom. Yeah. She did find Charlotte, though, a solid box of macaroons yesterday for $6.99.
Okay.
So it's, Costco, a little bit more expensive. Familiar Human says, are you sure it's not 106 countries? You stop it right now. You're not going to rope me into that.
Rope into what? What's the 100?
Don't. Nobody tell them what the 106 countries things mean. It doesn't matter. It's not a big deal. Do you really not know?
I really don't know.
Fuck. Nobody tell him. I'm finishing my macaroons so we can continue on with this program.
Ignorance is bliss.
Derek Chauvinist says 109 actually. It's not important right now. Why don't you cough right into the microphone next time? Can you do me a favor? Yep. You didn't go, hey, Mikey, I can still hear out of this one. J-Dead with $4.99 says, can't afford a sub right now, so here's this and a like. You guys rock.
Thank you.
Subs are free. You mean membership? Because they're the same as your super chat. But anyway, thank you very much. That's very nice of you. I do appreciate it. Guys, I told you not to tell him. My dog barks. You are on the shit list, pal. So, Don Lemons 8 says, explain the 106, you radio jimp. JK, I love you. Scarface writes, a certain group of people historically have been expelled from 109 different countries throughout history.
Oh, okay.
How's
so
that?
Like Mexicans?
Mexican Americans got kicked out of countries for giving shit loans to people who couldn't afford it and taking their homes. Mexican Americans manipulated currencies and people's cultures to try and swoop in and take power. Sorry. Anyway, let's continue on. God damn you for even writing that so that I had to explain it. 220 away from knocking out today. Guys, hit the like button. Let's keep going. No, Tim, no. There are now times where I have to just get out of the chat because I'm like, I'm going to get stuck in a loop here. You want to check in on Portland?
Well, I mean, not really. It doesn't have to go well.
Why not?
Because usually things look a little bleak in Portland. I suppose if
it's got to bottom out sometime, right?
If the country's going to, have a civil war, this might be uplifting.
Yeah, like
it could be worse.
Right. I always, it's like I always tell April, it'll hit bottom eventually.
Yeah, when we get to hell.
So I don't know what you guys know. We're going to check in on Portland here. And this is totally unrelated. It doesn't take a lot of fentanyl to kill a person.
Okay.
Yeah, just two different thoughts.
Well,
1 gram of fentanyl could kill hundreds of people.
Yeah, but I mean, how many knees are involved?
Just one.
Just one.
Just one. The right one. So let's check in on Portland. Let's see how they're doing. Here's a Portland citizen. It looks like they're doing a chemistry project. They got a nice little lunch with them there. They got a spoon, so maybe that's for the food.
I would think so.
Looks like a little Parmesan cheese sitting there on the spoon. Let's take a look.
Maybe that's feta.
Dude, how long of no shower is that? Just look at it. I'm going to say weeks.
Yeah, that's got to be at least 2 weeks.
I mean, that's all grease. You can't even see individual strands of hair. It's just clumped, matted hunks of grease. Tinfoil. That's a weird thing to carry your Parmesan in. Oh, we're just sprinkling.
While there's a kid playing in the background.
Oh, look at that. Doesn't Portland look like a wonderful place? I got people sitting on tables, having a coffee. I got a little kid enjoying a soda, playing, enjoying his childhood. And I got a junkie with matted, greasy hair here rolling out his fent.
Sean Bean has gone down so far.
Man. I hope he's just method acting for a role. This one for sure dies.
He's meth acting for sure.
Meth acting. Yeah, Sean Bean playing a guy smoking fentanyl. Yeah, we know how this one ends.
What the fuck?
What the hell? What is he doing? Isn't it funny that they actually, this statue looks like a large spoon? This little thing that they've got here? That's got to be an ashtray, right?
I mean,
what the fuck is he doing?
What's with the trough? That's the weirdest fucking ashtray I've ever seen.
So he's got the lighter. He's got his fence. And look, we just got, this is the scariest thing about Portland to me. If I saw this in St. Cloud, I would just be going, hey, can we fucking do something about this asshole? Can we get him off the fucking streets, please? Officer, get over here. Take care of this. In Portland, you got people walking around doing their shopping, just doing their business. They're all just walking around the guy, preparing his ritualistic fentanyl.
And he's going to smoke out of a tinfoil pipe.
Oh, boy. Bottom of the bag, meat broken. Oh. Now, in fairness, that could be his dandruff. We're not sure.
I'm still thinking feta cheese.
Okay, could be feta cheese. Oh, no. And then look at the knuckles are all, ugh.
And he's got what looks like horrible tattoos.
Yeah. Oh, no, kid, don't, no. You want to point those over this way? Maybe they'll turn real. My wish will come true. I found a genie the other day. Let's see if it worked. Oh, don't. No.
Are you putting your hair in it?
No, he's scratching his hair into it. He's just going.
Ugh.
Oh, no.
Seriously, how amazing is
I gotta
this
turn
high?
this, guys, I'm gonna have to turn this part off for you because I don't know if YouTube's gonna let us show him actually do it. Okay, so there, now he's got the lighter to the tinfoil.
He's
smoking it. He's smoking the fentanyl. Right in front of that little kid. The little kid is staring right into the camera right now. Again, guys, just because of YouTube, I don't want to show a guy doing drugs. That little fucking kid, I don't mean fucking kid, he's decent enough little bastard, but
looks a little chudly, but whatever.
Yeah. Get out of the cities. Get these children out of here. Leave it to the fentanyl flunkies. Give them the city.
Is the person sitting next to him his dad? Because how do you fucking sit there while someone's doing that around your kid? If nothing else, you're just like, hey, dude, there's a kid here. How about you fuck off?
Yeah, I understand you don't want to touch him.
Right.
I totally get that. Or smell
there isn't
him.
enough soap.
Ugh. Dude, if you had to put your nose a quarter inch from his hair and inhale, what are you smelling?
I don't know, but I'm definitely smelling vomit after I throw up.
Yeah, that's true.
I bet he's got like residual fucking smoke smell. It's like a dirty ashtray.
Oh, yeah. So there he is. He's smoking it. Scratching his hair. Oh, God, that hair. Oh, wash your hands. Wash your everything. And what is that kid and his dad? What are they waiting for? All right, so there he is.
Now he's
got a 5. He's got to go buy eggs.
Because, you want to be healthy.
Yeah. He just drinks them like Rocky.
Nope, got to take that tinfoil with you.
Oh, he's got his foil. Now he's doing it again. He didn't get enough of a hit last time. Oh, he almost burned himself. There he is doing. Now he's doing some more. Right next to people. There's people just walking by on the sidewalk. This city is fucked.
Dude, fentanyl isn't something to fuck around with. How are you not, if you're someone just worried about a contact high coming your way? Like, one of those clouds blows into you. Think about it. Think about you with your tissue paper fucking tolerances. You walk by one of those clouds,
dead.
you're fucking dead.
I am gone. Forget it. See, to me, with the with this whole deal with Portland, I used to feel bad for people. I did. I used to feel bad for the people who live there. You've been given enough lead time now.
Yeah.
If you're not gone by now, it's on you.
And if you haven't done anything to, change the system in terms of the people that... Because you keep voting for the same people that put in these policies.
Yeah.
And it's obviously not working.
Right. Another one from the same group comes out to run for office and goes, guys, I forgot about my great plan I had. Wait till you hear this one. Cherokee Girl says, how about you move along and not start shit with a crazy person? See, now that would be my advice, Cherokee Girl. Would be just leave the fucking state. Leave, no, Oregon, there's like 8 Oregon counties on the east end who want to become Idaho.
Yeah.
How shitty is your state that you're like, boy, Idaho's looking great? Because Idaho, look, not filled with crime or anything like that, but remarkably boring.
Yeah, but nobody wants to actually move to Idaho. They want to move Idaho to them.
Right. Can we just bring Idaho here so I don't have to be Oregon anymore? No, they're not going to do it for you. You're stuck. You gotta pick up and move, or you just got to accept that you live in a dog shit state. Sorry. This guy needs a female hero. Somebody said that's all it's going to take. Cherokee Girl says, right, at least not hang by the guy doing that with your kid. Yeah, I got a problem with the dad in that one.
Yeah, again, the whole we're just going to sit here. Oh, look at the beautiful day today, son. Yeah, he's just doing some drugs. We're just having fun.
Right. Jay Dead says if hepatitis has a hairstyle, that would be it. Derek Chevrolet JB says my county tried to join South Dakota. Jaeger King says Minnesota is a dog shit state too, though. Honestly, compared to these other states, they make us feel great.
Yeah, I mean, the taxes thing kind of sucks.
Taxes suck here.
But, that looking at Portland makes me go, Minneapolis, not that bad.
No. Everybody's just got to walk around with squirt guns with fox urine in them and just start just like a little psh, 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 every time someone starts. Although if you shoot a fentanyl addict with fox urine, they'll probably smell better.
Possibly.
They'll probably start rubbing it in their hair and go, I haven't had a shower in a long time.
Ugh. Plus, who's collecting all the fox urine?
Fox farmer.
Just holding them. What? How do you milk a fox for urine?
April, we need you down here.
We have farm questions.
You did that on a farm, didn't you? You just milked a fox for piss? That's like a farm kid thing to do. Guys, I'm being told we are under 200 likes. Let's fire it up. Let's all hit the like button. Let's get us up to... We got to get to 300 by 9 o'clock. What the fuck are we doing?
Yeah.
Guys, make sure you're firing off that like button. We do appreciate that. It helps the algorithm. It helps spread the show. If you're on... I almost said fentanyl. If you're on Rumble, make sure you hit the thumbs up and... follow the channel as well. Hit the like button. April says, I wish you'd stop outing me this way.
I mean, You admitted to working on a farm, so
Right.
we all just assumed milking foxes for fox urine was a part of the gig.
Familiar Human says, patented Royce Lopez Daywave $5 hype train. Let's go. No, not for another hour and a half. Last 5 minutes of the show. We figure it beats playing 20 minutes of commercials every hour. So I don't think you can complain about that one. But 220 away from that one. Got a lot of likes to go. We got to hit that thumbs up button quite a bit. Thanks for being a fan of the show. Subscribe to the channel as well. We do appreciate that. Oh, this story's going to, here, you go do whatever you have to do. Because we got a drag queen story hour coming up next. I don't know how these news people did this story with a straight face. They're like, a drag queen story hour was put on at a local library to protest in favor of LGBTQ rights. And you know that saying, get off my side? When you see the drag queen they picked for drag queen story hour for this next story, it'll be a big get off my side moment for that side, I would hope. But first, All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Our friends at All Care, if you're in central Minnesota, you go in the ditch, your car won't start, won't go for whatever reason, you get a flat and maybe you can't find your tire iron, you can't fix it, whatever the case may be. Nobody quicker than All Care Towing. 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Thank you very, very much. Just a Dabbler says, April will survive. Learn how to hunt and fish people. Fuck the government. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I hope everything goes well today. I haven't had anybody tell me that New York's on fire yet, so far so good, I suppose. All right, let's fire this one up from Manhattan in Greenwich Village. So, at least the setting makes sense. They decided to have a drag queen story hour. And usually with these drag queen story hours, it's just a guy with a 5 o'clock shadow who looks like a fat chick. It's not egregious, but it's still not something I think kids should see. Drag is not a thing that you just walk around in public as. Drag is a performance art that's usually sexualized and usually performed in bars for a reason. It's okay to be a drag queen if you want to, but just like anything else, it's okay to look at porn if you want to, but not for children. There's this weird movement going on now where, it's kind of like if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. They're pretending that they don't understand the 4 adults and 4 kids dynamic. And it's annoying because it's not an honest argument. You're like, hey, drag queens, fine, do whatever you want. Stay away from kids, it's not for kids. Oh, so you're transphobic and anti-LGBTQ? Horse shit. No, I said it's fine, you can do what you want. It's now, give me my rights is now morphing into, let me do whatever I want to without consequence and without criticism.
Or if you do, it's bigotry.
Yeah, or you're a Nazi. This story definitely went too far. This is a story where, as we watch it, you're going to be shocked that it isn't satire. 2 years ago, this would have been on Not the Bee, or the Babylon Bee.
Holy shit, Kamala Harris works as an anchor too? Could you focus on one job?
A show of solidarity for the LGBTQ community. New York City and state leaders attended a drag...
I just saw that smoking fentanyl on the streets of Portland. Again, there's drag queens, and then there's someone cosplaying Yoda.
What about this whole performance is needed for you to read a book to kids? That's my question.
Right? That's the other thing. Is hey, I have an idea. I'll dress up like a trans dragon and read a book to kids. It's or you could just take a shower, put on some clothes, and go read to some kids. There's nothing wrong with that.
I mean, I don't know about this. I don't really get dressed up to read books to my daughter. I don't even I'll do voices. That's as far as I go. I mean, costumes is a whole level of production.
You'll do the Robin Williams and Mrs. Doubtfire, you'll do the character voices, but that's about it.
Story hour. I'm
such a douche when I read to the kids. Louis has a Marvel Avengers book,
of course,
and I'll read that and oh God, sometimes I just catch myself doing it. I'm such a douche. I read it like I'm auditioning for a
movie role,
voiceover animation, or a documentary. Like, I'll read it in a really official voice, and I'll be like, oh, he's loving the shit. Like, I'm, like, competing with myself. Like, it is the best fucking superhero book read ever.
I'm going to be the new Tony Stark.
That's right. I'm going to be the guy who did the voiceovers for the Stark Expo in Iron Man 2. That's who I am.
Attended a drag story hour today in Greenwich Village following protests from some who...
That is the perfect...
That's the perfect picture. A kid just going, what the am I seeing right now?
Mommy, why is there a lady dragon telling us a story, and are we safe?
Notice how the kid is horrified. The mom like, oh, this is so great.
You know what this is? This is moms who liked going to drag shows when they were in college and getting fucked up with their friends, but now they have kids, so they can't do it. So they're like, well, let's bring drag shows to what the kids are doing.
Yeah, this is the worst part of this. Parents that want, like... They didn't want to be a parent, but at the same rate, they wanted to have a kid.
Right.
So now it's like, well, I want to still do all the stuff I did, but I have a kid. It's like, that's not how that works. You don't get to do everything you did because getting fucked up wasn't something you could do when you have a kid.
Yeah, this is that projection from the parents. For men, it's making their kid play baseball because they want the kid to be a better baseball player than they ever were.
Oh, baseball. I thought I've been pushing mine to be a ballerina. Fuck.
Well, it's okay now. But for women, it's like pushing shit like this on them. So but you didn't go and watch these until you were like 19 or 20 and could get into the bar with a fake ID. Like, give it some time, lady.
Who say it's bad for children. Eyewitness News reporter Lucy Yang is in the newsroom with the story.
Holy
Lucy?
Jesus.
Well, Sandra, reading to youngsters may be universally embraced, but it sparked...
Why did the Asian guy from Balls of Fury dress in drag for this story? I know his name. Sam Hong?
I don't know his name.
I know that guy's name.
I know his face because he's so...
I think his last name is Hong. If I pulled that out of my ass...
I heard he is pretty hung.
Who played the Asian man in Balls of Fury? No, that's Shang Tsung, not that
dude.
guy.
No, that's not him.
The other fucking guy.
Just type in Balls of Fury cast.
Thanks.
That would have been easier
For
to
making
do.
me look like a dick. Ball of Fury. That's a different one. Balls of Fury. That's the prequel. Balls of Fury, James Hong.
James Hong.
Did I say Hong?
You said Hong.
Fuck yeah.
I don't know if you got the first part right.
No, I didn't get the first part right.
I love that Jason Scott Lee was in that movie.
Which one's he?
He's from the Jungle Book and shit, like way back in the day.
Oh shit, you're right. Yeah, Thomas Lennon was in there.
It was a good movie.
I liked it a lot. I really did. Walken was awesome in it. Walken, they just said, you talk like Christopher Walken and we'll just put you in funny costumes.
Well, dude, that's all he ever does. Like, he just takes all of the punctuation out of the script and just goes with it.
Yeah, we're going to put you in funny Asian clothing. You're going to say ping pong funny and cash this check. Here you go, bud. So let's continue on. I'm sorry, James Hong, I interrupted you. Continue on with your broadcast.
Controversy in Greenwich Village this morning when story time was led by drag performers. Protesters made their outrage clear outside as children inside heard about gender issues in colorfully illustrated books.
Again, this is the other part of the problem. You're not just reading any old book. You've got to read a book pushing your freaking weird sexual agenda shit.
And then you get mad when we use the term groomers, but you have your agenda. You shouldn't be reading a book with an agenda to kids unless the agenda is take a fucking nap.
Yeah, the book is just to be a gentle reminder of parables and things that kids need to learn. Like being nice to people and stuff like that. We don't have to talk about gender identity and sexual organs because they're kids.
That would be like if Sean Hannity showed up for kids reading time. He went, "All right, this is Tom Clancy's A Hunt for Red October." It's like, what the fuck are we doing? This is not a book fit for children. We had to read to the kindergartners about gender issues.
No, you don't.
No, we don't. Like, having drag queens read to kids is one thing, but then having them push their shit. Like, how about we have Raytheon come in next and read them books about, like, the defense budget and, like, the next Tomahawk missile that's coming out? Like, you might as well just have everybody come in and plug their own shit. I don't know. Have Matthew McConaughey come in and read to your kids about the benefits of getting high and playing bongos naked in your apartment.
Matthew McConaughey, you drug addict.
You fucking drug addict, you piece of shit. I got so many Alex Jones drops
like
here.
your own folder for him.
I got to get... Where's my ROTC one? There it is.
Fuck you, Matthew McConaughey. You goddamn drug addict. You blackmailed piece of shit. Meth head. Fuck you.
Alex Jones is still iffy on Matthew McConaughey.
He hasn't made up his mind.
You blackmailed piece of shit. You fucking drug addict.
Meth head.
The baby couldn't decide what to be.
Confused about your gender, you are.
Oh my goodness.
Almost like you couldn't decide what to be. What the heck are you? A piece of cotton candy? What the fuck is with that makeup job?
I'm sorry. You asked what she is. Mentally ill.
Oh.
Baby couldn't decide what to be. Oh my goodness. Boy or girl? Bird or fish?
Look at her shirt. I don't want to look or be cis.
That's fine, but the rest of society is. So what you're saying is I don't want to be part of society, which again is fine.
Cool.
Stay home.
This is why I respect goths in the 1990s. They hated us. They wanted to be away from us. They fucked off and did their thing.
And then the more we tried to include them, the more like, no, fuck off.
Yeah, suck my dick. We don't like you, you fucking light bringers. All right, sorry. We'll go away.
Cat or rabbit? Tree or star? So the baby looked a little like everything.
In this children's book, the child is non-binary, so the plural pronoun is used as we follow the child to school and learn about the struggles of trying to fit in.
How about you can do a struggling to fit in story out of the 9,000 children's books we have about struggling to fit in already?
Again, this non-binary thing is really another one of those adults putting it on kids stuff.
Right.
Because kids don't give a shit about this. This hasn't been a problem.
Yeah, they're told to give a shit about it.
They're told to give a shit about it. And kids love, especially, well, I shouldn't say all kids, but most kids love attention. So if they see something that garners them attention.
And kids of single moms, like miserable single moms and shit, like they love making that mom feel good. And they love getting positive attention from that mom. So if they project shit like this onto the kid, then it's more likely when the kid's 5 or 6 years old, go, Mom, I think I'm a girl, because that makes mom happy. But then mom goes and says, well, let's get you on some drugs.
And let's, have some surgeries and stuff.
Oh.
Meanwhile, the kid's like, I'm just trying to make you happy because I'm a kid and I don't understand life consequences and permanent decisions.
There's only two ends to this. There's either the country just burns down around us, which it seems like that's where we're heading, or two,
20 minutes.
This becomes an experimental societal cul-de-sac from which we turn around from and go, can you believe the fucked up thing we used to do? That was an embarrassing time in our history. Thank God we outgrew that one.
Yeah, but the thing is these people are thinking the same thing, but it's going to be on the other side of the fence. Right. Can you believe the embarrassing thing we used to do about not just being whoever we are in the moment we feel like it?
We used to keep our balls and dicks and vaginas. God, we were so gay back then.
The reader is a drag performer. The audience, very young children. No doubt gender issues and trying to find a safe space are real issues for men.
For these people here. The 5 and 6 year olds don't give a shit until you tell them to give a shit. It's like Johnny said, you're taking the adult shit and you're putting it in a little kid's brain.
I want the part that I feel like is like subtly being put, not that these people are pushing it. I'm not saying that these people are pushing it.
No, okay. Good.
I'm saying I feel like there's a subtle message like love is power, love is love. I just want somebody to go, I want to F your kids in a big ass sign, standing with them, and they'd be like, dude, that's not cool. But hey, that's what we're all here for, right? Love is love. This is how I feel like I should be able to your kids.
Actually, they've all kind of agreed on that one silently, but they've agreed it's a bad look.
Yeah,
so they don't
but like I'm
mention
saying, I want one guy fucking saying the silent part out loud.
Yeah.
Big ass
Many in the LGBTQ community. But there were many protesters outside denouncing this forum as inappropriate.
I'll be honest, the straight people definitely do not have as cool and showy signs as the gay people do.
Yeah,
they could stand to hire some of those gays that don't like this shit and have them bedazzle some posters for them.
Yeah, I feel like the production value is certainly high. Imagine that the people that are big fans of drags and shows managed to put on a better spectacle.
Right, yeah, exactly. You guys just found some cardboard in the garage. Some of it has oil spots on it, and you just...
I'm pretty sure that was a pizza box yesterday.
Yeah.
And even grooming. Interestingly, some of the critics identify themselves as gay.
We are gay.
but we stand against you people.
There's actually a lot more of those types of people than you think. There's a lot of gay people, first of all, who don't want anything to do with children. They want children to stay the fuck away from them.
They don't want anything to do with any of this.
Right. And they're like, no. Trans people, drag people, they're not reading to kids. Gay people are like, no, we like our drag queens in bars where there's no children allowed and we can be fucking degenerates at a drag show. That's what we like. Not going in there and reading to children.
We are gay people.
We are gay.
We are gay.
We are gay.
Yeah? Give him a hand job. Prove it. Prove it.
We are gay. You do
Oil check him right now.
And
wait a minute. What? Something or Trump? I'm
sniffed for Trump. I don't know. By the way, why did this guy just recycle his St. Patrick's Day sign? Come on. Let's show a little effort.
Inclusion.
Inside, Drag Storytime received support and applause from city officials, state officials, all the way to the New York State Attorney General.
Notice how it wasn't the parents of all of the children or the children who were so grateful for Storytime. All of these politicians, guys, it's not like they're pushing a social agenda, but they gave a fucking standing ovation because they were so proud of what they did.
And I love that the media isn't leaning towards one side of this story.
Oh yeah,
by the
we're
way.
not painting any people as the villains.
When they show the protesters, they're all angry and ugly and gnarly, gnashing their teeth and snarling. But inside, these lovely power brokers of the city of New York thought this was great.
And I don't know a lot of children who have been harmed by a drag readathon.
That's because you just started it. Give it a couple years.
Again, my problem here is, one, the performance doesn't seem necessary for any reason. Two, the content of the books. Like, if you were just reading a regular story, people wouldn't give a shit. Like, it's the fact that you got to dress up and behave this way in what is known as a highly sexualized manner. And then you got to go read these gender identity books to kids it's not like this is scientifically proven. There was no investigation. There's some guy go, you know what? When I was a kid, I didn't feel special enough because I was non-binary and nobody realized. I better write a book.
Yeah. Well, and then also, you do these events and then you go, these kids aren't harmed by it. It's like, give it a few years when a lot of them are on antidepressants, and then you'll come up with an excuse for that too. And by the way, I don't think you're getting protesters. You're like, I can't believe there's protesters. Well, it's because of the shit you're reading to the kids and who's reading it. I don't think when some volunteer comes by, some old lady, and reads one fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish, you got people outside.
What the fuck is Granny doing reading books to my kids?
Yeah. I know a lot of children who've been harmed by guns, so why don't you focus on that?
Yeah, like the
I know
illegal
a lot of
ones.
I know a lot of. I don't personally know, but I've seen a couple of stories I've done about children who have been harmed by children's. Jesus,
children's.
They harming the children's.
They're harming them children's,
not the younglings.
Not the.
But yeah,
they read trans books to younglings.
Hormones and stuff like that. Yeah, that doesn't kill them, but that doesn't mean it doesn't cause harm.
It fucks them up a little bit, yeah.
This controversial event made possible by Drag Story Hour, various LGBTQ groups, and the New York Public Library and the Brooklyn Public Library. Many elected officials also embracing the event.
The media doesn't have a tilt on that either way. They're just reporting fairly. I don't understand why they call us groomers. You're right. I don't know either. The whole thing seems unfair.
I mean, it's not like you're insisting about pushing your ideals on children.
Right. Pro Guns with $5 says, too bad Chris Hansen sucks with money. I bet these people would be all over the show that he tried getting launched. Oh, maybe. Thank you very much, Two Guns. 2:15 away from knocking it out today. Let's see if we can get inside of that 150 mark by about 9:30 or so. About 45 minutes away. Also, hit the like button. Let's get that to 300. Let's jack it up there quite a bit. Great for the algorithm. Great for the show. Helps us grow. Also, you hitting that subscribe button helps us grow a bunch too. So thank you guys very much. If you like what we're doing, we appreciate all of those subs. Nice little sub bump this morning. Must be doing okay. All right. Check it out. Like, subscribe. 2:15 away from an extra half hour of overtime today. One more political story, and then we got to open up the 7 o'clock hour stories. We're trucking right along here today. The press secretary got a little cunty yesterday with a reporter. And it was funny because I guess the cast of Ted Lasso was at the White House briefing room.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and there was like a fucking exchange between this reporter and Karine Jean Pierre. And like the cast of Ted Lasso had to watch it awkwardly.
Oh, God, yes.
It was really good. Let me see if I think Not the Bee had it.
Ted Lasso's that sports show, right?
Yeah. What's his name?
Yeah.
God, he's funny. I can't remember. Jason Sudeikis had it. It's on Not the Bee somewhere here. I've got 2 clips I want to show you. One for each of you. It's Karine Jean Pierre giving this. We could do the. I'm worried about this Fauci thing. People wanted me to do this, but I'm worried we might get popped for the medical misinformation shit.
I don't think so.
Because of this guy.
It's a guy stating his opinion, and Fauci and them are arguing the counterpoint that.
Yeah, I suppose. You think that one's
I
okay?
didn't get in trouble, but I also don't have any viewers on my show, so it's. I can't get in trouble. There's nobody there.
Well, why don't you plug it and have the mods
people
put the
watch
link in
on,
there?
Just Kidding LLC on YouTube, Rumble, or Twitch. And that's where you can join our
YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch. Just Kidding LLC. There you go. I want to find the actual exchange because we have her cunty response from it.
Mm-hmm.
White House briefing should have respect. Yeah, so we have that one. Yeah, here we go. So apparently, Karine Jean Pierre yesterday. Oh shit! No credit card, no obligation. Son of a bitch! Can I just watch the fucking video? I get it. Like all these old school newspapers and stuff.
They need people signing up.
They got to make their money. All right, you're all set to start watching. Okay, good. Karine Jean Pierre had a reporter who they got into it about some shit they think Biden's trying to pull. And she went off on the guy. Like, she just started, like, she was like, oh, how dare you ask questions, and we need to have decorum and all this other shit, and how dare you guys grill me? It's like, lady, that's the job. This woman has been in over her head.
From day one, because she was a diversity hire.
Right. They wanted
a black queer lady to be in charge. So there we go, Karine.
They wanted a black female lesbian, and they got to tout her as the first that to be. So now the next one has to be left-handed, so they can be the first black lesbian left-handed person. And honestly, I think if they wanted a black lesbian press secretary, Wanda Sykes would have done a better job.
Probably.
Than this chick does.
Certainly, I'd tune in just to watch.
Would be kind of fun. So she's having a hard time dealing with the press. Their job is to grill her over the shit that's going on with this administration. She gets grilled and she throws a fucking internet person tantrum. Let's check it out.
Psaki just come in and bitch slap her. You can act like a man.
You can't keep discriminating against some people in the briefing room because you don't like them, you don't like them.
So you have a choice.
No,
you have a choice. You have a choice.
A number of people
okay.
in the briefing room, and I'm saying that that's not right. This is not China. This is not Russia. This is the United States. This is the White House. No.
So he's saying, like, you can't keep kicking people out of the White House briefing room just because they're asking certain questions, and she's clearly getting annoyed with the guy. Now, again, like, Trump took away, what's his name, Acosta's credentials, and the media lost their mind. Oh, my God, it's an attack on free speech. It's an attack on the freedom of the press, this, that, and the other thing. She does it, and now this guy's apparently a dick.
Wait, he's a dick? I thought we were all on the page that she's a dick.
Well, she's going to treat him like he's the asshole.
In 7 months. I sent you emails.
The rest of us are here too, pal.
It's been 7 months. You guys have not done anything for me.
If you have grievances, you should bring them to her later.
I have done that. I've done that.
You should bring them to her later.
If you have grievances, you should bring it to her later. Yeah. Not during the thing called the press briefing and question time. You should bring it to her privately where it can't be on camera and potentially embarrass her.
And where she can continue to ignore you.
She's trying to have the Ted Lasso people up here, and you're making a fool of us.
And the press corps is tired of dealing with this.
It isn't just about you.
I'd say most of us are tired of dealing with it, but you guys keep doing this bullshit where you...
Excuse me, sir. We're all here to suck the administration's dick and just write down whatever they tell us. Why are you sitting here insisting on asking counter questions?
What do you think you are, a journalist?
You piece of shit.
Sometimes you get questioned all the time and you don't understand what it is to sit here for 8 months and being discriminated against. Understand?
I would never be treated this way on the Jamaican bobsled team. with Senka.
You're in the front row, and you feel comfortable, and you get questions all the time. But there are people in the back who don't get any questions.
Don't make assumptions about what the rest of us do. Mind your manners when you're in here. If you have a problem, you bring it up afterwards. But you are impinging on everybody in here who's only...
Okay, now, first of all, this isn't supposed to be happening.
No.
She's supposed to be keeping control.
Yeah, but that's, again, another thing she's not qualified for.
This is a deer in the headlights look. She has completely lost the room. The press people are arguing with each other. This is like a substitute teacher finding out they're not ready for prime time as kids just start shouting in the classroom and she's completely overwhelmed.
I think it's time to go to a video.
You think this shit happens when Jen Psaki's in there?
Oh, fuck no.
I'm terrified of that fire-haired bitch.
She beat somebody to death.
She would actually go, she would tase a guy at distance.
Trying to do their job.
Okay, thank you. I'm saying that you shouldn't discriminate against some people because you don't agree with their question. You're offended by your question.
You made your point.
We all heard it.
All right.
This is a high school class right now. A high school class with no leader.
Yeah. The worst part is it's the fucking press secretary. So it's like, hey, I'm really glad that we went through that. You know what? I believe the lady who didn't have the balls to stand up to a room full of people bickering like kids, she's going to be a straight shooter.
Yeah, she's going to tell me straight.
Guys, as you all know, many of you know, this is the White House press briefing room.
What?
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be funny if that guy stood up and goes, I'm sorry, I thought it was the cafeteria. That's why I was yelling about being treated fairly. I wanted a cup of soup and a sandwich.
That's kind of my point, you bitch.
That's what I'm trying to say. I just wanted to ask a question. All right, fine, ask your question. All right, thank you. Where is the bathroom?
Historic room. A room that should have decorum. A room where folks should respect their colleagues and respect the guests that are here.
You're making me look like an asshole in front of Jason Sudeikis.
A room where people should respect their colleagues, just like, Trump kicked somebody out. We all hated him for that.
It's like Jason Sudeikis. They're like, and we need to respect Jason. And Jason Sudeikis has a bag of popcorn. He's like, no, you guys go ahead.
This is fucking awesome.
I really hated coming here today. This has actually made it worth it.
And I understand that there's going to be give and take. That's the way the press briefing has gone for decades before me.
Yeah, but you don't give anything.
And I will always respect that. But what I will not appreciate
is any divergence from the message we're trying to put forward. I mean disrespect.
Is disrespecting your colleagues and disrespecting guests who were here to talk about an incredibly important issue, which is...
That's a fucking soccer TV show. Relax.
Mental health. And what has just occurred this last 10, 15 minutes is unacceptable. It is unacceptable. So we're either going to continue the briefing or we can just end the briefing right here.
Wow, she really...
Okay, then let's go.
She really is just like going full-on high school substitute teacher right now.
I'm sorry, how does the administration not just fucking punch themselves in the dick every time?
I think they do, it's just not intentional.
Because she went up there like, this is a room that deserves decor. Yeah, glad there's not anyone here in charge to hold this whole thing together. Yeah.
That guy actually said at the end of it, he goes, I need to ask you something. Why are you gay? God damn it. They actually, they got in touch with that guy. Oh, shit. Oh, somebody wanted me to play this today because of all the shows that make their money off of steel toe. I think it's very true.
Everybody's a buzz about the toe guy.
All right, but then my other one... Oh, yeah, here we go. He actually asked a follow-up question. He answered one of her questions.
Okay.
Do you personally dislike homosexuals?
Of course, they're disgusting.
I love how he's offended she even asked the question. You know? Jaeger King says she has the talent of a bad substitute teacher. Yeah, that's really the vibe I got from her.
The worst part is like, we watched so many people during because I mean, this fucking press briefing room has filleted her for a lot of her tenure.
Right.
We watched the Trump era administration. Literally everybody in there except for the Fox News people were just out to they were out for blood. Every time that you watched those people walk in there, you're like, okay, now it's a fucking battle.
Right. What was her name? We just said it like 15 times, and I can't remember it now.
Yeah, no, I'm spacing on it too.
Jen Psaki.
Yeah, Psaki.
When Jen Psaki and Peter Ducey went at it, like they tooth and claw, like they went after each other.
It's like fighting cats.
Yeah, so much you're like, these two are gonna fuck. Like this is getting,
at a certain point,
this is getting hot. Like I'm starting to get a rod watching these two, you know, and like that. But like he would do his job, she would do hers. These journalists do their job, and this Karine Jean Pierre is like, how fucking dare you do your job and ask me difficult questions? Like Jen Psaki almost looked bored if people weren't shitting on her.
Yeah, but I think that's because Karine Jean Pierre kind of views this whole thing as like, oh, it's supposed to be. I'm not supposed to face any difficulty or adversity. I was brought into this position because of who I am, not what I do.
Right. Bumana says, I am so glad you both are funny because the news is so frustrating and straight up depressing. That's what we try to do, right? Our whole thing is, you know, look, there's nothing we're gonna do that like is gonna change any of this shit.
No.
So at least get some jokes in, you know, get your punches in. That's all you can do.
Get a stick and some marshmallows. The fires will be good for s'mores.
Exactly. We got any fires in New York yet? Are we still good? Are we still okay in New York? All right. No Trump arrest yet. Stevie J says Psaki is good at sparring. Karine just reads from her binder. That's about it. $215 away from knocking out this morning's goal and doing a half hour of overtime. We are an hour away from the super chat music that everybody seems to love oh so much. It's not driving anybody into psychotic episodes at all over on other channels. Not at all. Just everybody's taking it in very good stride and very good humor. I saw Chad just completely have a stroke.
Oh no!
Over our music, and like tried to be funny over it. It didn't work out,
dude.
He's filled with too much anger, and I've always said this about Chad Zumock is that I think it's repressed homosexuality. It makes sense, like the fake getting attacked, all of the anger and hostility that comes out of nowhere, like people watching his content, like us or Carl, and going, "Wow, this really sucks. This is bad," and then making jokes about him.
Mm-hmm.
And not having anything else in life. No luck with women, not married, no kids, no real... I mean, the anger and hostility of not being allowed to be who he is holding him back in every single facet of life.
But he doesn't realize that the anger he has is self-imposed.
Right, that's what I mean. So I'm rolling with, just like some people are rolling with the stealing catalytic converters thing, I'm rolling with possibly, this is just a theory, a lot of the mental signs point to closeted homosexuality.
Would explain the mud shark reference.
That's true. That would explain it. I think so. Fatty Melton says, everything with you is gay. I'm okay. Gay. Look, it fits a lot of things. That's all. But yeah, he did like our rattle the can e-begging music.
Yeah, just a fun little thing.
That we make fun of this fun little thing. And he had a fucking fit over it for a long time. It was definitely something that a mental health professional would like to see.
That's gotta suck, right? Like you turn off the show and you're done. Like you just spent how long does he go? 2-3 hours?
I have no idea. I can't be bothered.
But fuck if I know. But my point being, like, no matter whether it's an hour or 2 hours, whatever, he gets done with his hate on, and you just like we get done doing this show. I'm usually laughing all the time, so when I go home, I'm chuckling. I'm thinking of little things that make me giggle. I'm not like, fucking god damn it.
You and I sit here. We'll do a slight little post-mortem, and we'll be like, that was a good show. Or like, we were tired. We sucked today. Like today after the show, I think I'm going to go ahead and call it and say that was a pretty good one.
Yeah.
Holy shit. So But so to go off the air and just be filled, you can actually see his anger and tension that he carries in here. You can see it when he's on camera. Ugh. He's holding in hostility and he just can't get enough invective out. And it's like, oh man, here's like my whole take on it is I'm just really glad I'm not that kind of guy. It doesn't look fun. It doesn't. Anton Slavic telling you Chad couldn't go 2 hours. Don't be silly. I think they're like a half hour or so. And like, I guess Anthony said he was watching one and he said like it was all him plugging his Patreon. the whole time.
Yeah, and that's the other thing that always bothers me with a lot of people that like hate on this show. There are some people that what do they do? They ask you, you're responsible for meeting the goal, like it's your job. And they're like, yeah, because otherwise the show doesn't exist. And they're such greedy beggars. Yeah. By the way, we only read super chats, and after we're done with our show, it's going behind a paywall. Yeah. So if you want any access to it, you have to pay.
Yeah, guess what? I got bad news. We both do the same thing. We just do it differently. We're a little more honest and upfront about it.
You can come be part of this show and shit on us.
Sure.
You have to pay.
The other thing about this show, like attacking like the goal thing, is very strange because it's literally us just going, look, here it is. There's a set number, and after that, don't shut it down. We're fine. We're good. Here you go.
We move it over to the next day if we get extra. We don't pocket it.
Jingle, jangle, jingle. It's honestly the most honest way of doing this that anybody does it. At any rate, 2:15. Away from today's goal. MSO has already made the call
that it won't happen.
That we're not hitting it today. And I will say this to Mr. Approachable: stop being so unhappy all the time with when we mention shit like this for 2 minutes. It came up in the chat we addressed. Just relax, buddy. I don't know if something's going on with you lately, but you've been kind of a dick. And I like you, and you've been a fan of the show for a long time, and we're having great shows. Just like relax, buddy. It's okay. We'll bounce around and talk about everything.
Here, we'll talk about Fauci. There's a dick you can hit.
Yeah, how about Fauci? Is it okay if we talk about Fauci? Now, you told me this was okay.
Like I said, this guy is stating his opinion.
Okay.
And like I said, Fauci and them, it's a debate thing.
Okay, so they're debating.
Yeah. Fauci and a bunch of medical professionals are going door to door telling people, get vaccinated.
Sure.
And
all right.
This guy states his opinion.
All right. So Fauci, this is they're filming a documentary for him. They're filming a thing because, Dr. Fauci is just in this for public health and to help people.
It's not an ego trip at all.
It's not an ego trip. It's not self-aggrandizing or anything like that. It's just simply him trying to help. So he has a camera crew following him around 24/7 as he waxes poetic about all the good he's doing because he's such a good guy. He wants it on camera.
He just needs this recorded for future generations.
So they knock on the wrong door.
Yes.
And this guy raises what I think are very valid concerns that in this 2-minute exchange, I don't see anybody refuting.
No, they don't actually directly refute. They make counterpoints, but not really refute his point.
Let's check it out.
People in America are not settled with the information that's been given to us right now. So I'm not going to be lining up taking a shot or a vaccination for something that wasn't clear in the first place. And then you all create a shot in miraculous time. It takes years to create vaccination.
Now, okay, so far this guy is not wrong. Like other vaccinations, that is factually correct. It has taken them years.
Yeah, they've taken a significant amount of time. This thing came out really, really quickly.
And people like Fauci will get mad at the American people, like, you don't know shit, blah blah blah. Why are you doing? You don't tell us. Like, you don't sit us down and explain this shit. You just tell us clearly what you want us to know, and don't tell us the whole thing. And I'm sorry, but your record is not exactly sterling in terms of being direct and honest and open right off the bat with us.
I mean, you're forgetting the part of when this all began. You explained to us how you changed your position on masks several times, each time saying how you lied the first time because it was for our benefit.
It was for our benefit, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't want people to panic.
I didn't want there to be a rush on masks. Like,
I mean, again, like this guy's voicing an opinion that's pretty legit.
Well, it used to take years.
Okay, it used to.
You know how many years were invested in this approach? About 20 years of science.
All right, so that's okay. He's doing a thing there. The technology of mRNA vaccines has been worked on for 20 years. He's just trying to pull the wool over this guy's eyes too, because he just did one of two things. Either you just were being general about mRNA vaccines to move the conversation along, or you just said to this guy, we've been working on this vaccine before the virus even existed.
See, that's the way I took it.
Which would be a lie. I took it as he's saying mRNA vaccines. We've been working on this technology.
But I would love to have just countered it, be like, see, I knew you guys cooked this stuff up in a lab beforehand. You've had this vaccine for 20 years and it still sucks?
No, I think he's saying the technology of mRNA they've been working on for 20 years.
I'm just saying, if they've been working on this vaccine for 20 years, I'd expect some better numbers and performance.
He's doing a loophole because the guy's right. Like, there's no vaccine that's come out in this record amount of time.
No.
Without thorough testing or anything else. And so Fauci's trying to deflect by going, yeah, but the technology of this new vaccine, we've been working on that for like 20 years. So, yeah.
To get us to be able to do it.
20 years is not enough. And 9 months is definitely not enough for nobody to be taking no vaccination that you all came up with.
The only reason I'm talking to you right now, as close as we are, is that I've been vaccinated.
Right.
I am a public official. I don't want to rub elbows with you people. I'm above you. Get on my level.
How much you want to bet that they cut out of this documentary the part where Fauci goes, you're black, talk to him.
He's one of your kind.
Yeah.
I can't talk to these people.
He's not listening to me. Would you go ahead and... I don't speak Ebonics.
I'm sorry. I have trouble reaching undereducated people. Whoa.
Excuse me. Could you talk to him, Dana? I don't speak jive. What it is, homie, gang. So they're going to keep talking to this guy, and he is just not buying the bullshit. Now, first of all, the only reason I'm talking to you this close is because I've been vaccinated. I feel like this guy's talking to anybody as close as he wants. Like,
right.
I don't think that's going to sway him.
And again, people, the only reason I'm talking to you this close is because I've been vaccinated. Yeah, there are actual studies that are out that we all have seen.
That you can still catch it.
You can still catch it. You can still carry it.
Right.
So again, this only reason I'm talking to you this close is because I'm vaccinated. Well, as we've seen, that won't really change anything.
It doesn't stop you from contracting the virus.
Yeah, no, you're not safer at any distance because you've been vaccinated.
So now this guy, see, this is where I don't understand what gluttons for punishment Fauci and this woman are, because at this point I would just go, all right, sounds like you're a no.
Yeah,
whatever.
he's not buying your bullshit.
Yeah. Wow. A black man in America won't take a medicine that hasn't been thoroughly vetted and tested. Sounds like a smart guy to me.
What I said yesterday. Give me one example where the medical industry has in any way misled, disenfranchised, or victimized the African-American community. I mean, give me just one. Just one.
I can't give you just one.
Oh.
There's like 7.
Oh, fuck.
So it's I can't, you're right. I can't give you one. I can't pick the worst one.
Just explain it to me on one hand. Well, I'm going to need both because there's a lot.
There was a syphilis experiment where we just loaded black people up with syphilis to see what would happen.
What?
And that's the worst part, is we just did it because we went...
Just to see what'll happen.
Let's see what happens.
But if it allows thousands of people like you don't get vaccinated, you're going to let this virus continue to percolate in this country and in this world.
Something like the common flu then, right?
Oh, no, you didn't make that reference.
Oh, they don't like that. They don't like that when you mention the flu.
It's much more serious than the flu. Though.
Well, the flu kills a lot of people annually, too.
You know how many people died of the flu the last year? I mean, not this year, virtually none, but the previous...
Why is that?
Why is that? Virtually none. Yeah, why is that? Why is it that virtually nobody died from the flu this last year?
Is it because the people with the flu also had COVID, so then you just called it a COVID? Like, the percentages, they did studies on this, the percentages of died with COVID and died from COVID are a little shaky. We're not really sure on that one yet. But yeah, if it was a flu death, they magically went down to nothing.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's like when this other respiratory illness came out that we were all so concerned with. Anyone that had a respiratory illness, it wasn't anything but this. The flu couldn't get any, they didn't have good publicity.
And now the flu's back. Odd how the flu came back.
This year, about 20 to 30,000. You know how many people have died from COVID-19 in the United States? 600,000 Americans.
Okay, from and with, though. We got to talk about from and with. We got to talk about age. We got to talk about all these things. See, this is the problem with going door to door and having these conversations. Nobody has a book in front of them. Nobody has the information they need to go find to have this discussion.
Well, yeah.
It's all just, You're not changing your mind. He's not changing his mind. And you're just each going to throw your facts at each other.
Well, yeah, but this guy doesn't want you to have a book or any information in front of you. He very much enjoys, Fauci, from what I've seen, very much enjoys going, well, I'm going to explain to you how it is.
Yeah.
I am the science.
Right.
The number that you all giving that died, that's once again, that's you all's number.
You gonna pass?
Yeah, definitely. Because when you start talking about paying people to get vaccinated, when you start talking about incentivizing things to get people vaccinated, there's something else going on with that. Something else.
I mean, if you're a black guy in America, that's the attitude you probably should have.
I mean,
that's a healthy attitude to have.
If you're just someone who paid attention to American history, that's almost a decent attitude to have.
White too, but like especially if you're black. Like you look at history and all that, you're like, nah, I'm not gonna be a canary in the coal mine again. No, thank you.
It is something going on with it. You're right. But I'm glad millions of people like me and most
Did she just say there's something else going on there?
She's like, there is something going on. You're right.
Was she just being cunty?
I think so.
Oh.
With that. Something else going on.
It is something going on with it. You're right. But I'm glad millions of people like me and most everybody here didn't get an incentive. You know what their incentive was? Protecting their health and protecting the city. But I won't keep you anymore.
I was a little passive aggressive at the end there. I just want to protect each other and protect the city.
I would have loved if he would have responded, protecting their health and protecting the city. Like, oh well, someone should have told you that didn't do anything.
or he should have said, yeah, can you do something about the subways and the gang violence? That would be nice.
Protecting your health and protecting the city. Oh, you want to protect the city? Let's talk about crime.
Okay, because my y'all campaign is about fear. It's about inciting fear in people. You all attack people with fear. That's what this pandemic is. It's a fear. It's fear, this pandemic. That's all it is.
You know what's funny about that is these are Fauci's cameras filming him. So this is like the best version of how this went for Fauci.
Yeah. And the best part of this is it shows like the narrative that's been pushed on any of them, like news sides. That's not how people feel. People kind of feel like this guy, like, hey, I don't fucking trust this bullshit. Hinky stuff is going on. How about you fuck off?
Do you think that this documentary is going to show the doors they knocked on were a really super well-educated, intelligent guy made a really calm, thought-out argument to Fauci? Probably not. And by the way, look how little this shit affects him. He's just like, yeah. Give me a little pill there. Oh, no, hand sanitizer.
Little hand sanitizer.
Yeah, give me a little hand sanitizer and off to the next one. And by the way, that wasn't for COVID. He hates touching poor people.
Yeah. I better use extra dose of this. He was black.
It's just, the guy's
Jesus, Fauci.
The guy's got some pet peeves. That's all I'm saying. The guy's got some pet peeves. Oh, man. Let's talk about pro-guns with $5. Says Fauci learning his BS that works on rich leftist white women doesn't work on street smart brothers. The ones who don't fall for no banana and no tailpipe is what he's trying to say. 210 away from knocking it out today. Thank you guys very, very much. Appreciate the support. There's the PayPal and Streamlabs link in the chat. It's also pinned to the top of the page. Streamlabs, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, and subscription or new memberships count as well. We got about 45 minutes until we rattle the old cans and see if we get to overtime. 2:10 away. Thanks for chipping in if you feel like it. If you don't know about becoming a VIP, the Steel Toe Morning Show has a program. $250 in a 7-day period gets you all 3 of our t-shirts, the Steel Toe hoodies, the 5.5-inch vinyl stickers, 2 tickets to every live event we do, entrance into a $100 drawing every single month, and when a new piece of merch comes out every year, you get to claim a free copy for yourself. $250 in a 7-day period makes you a Steel Toe VIP. Check out the details at steeltoeentertainment.com. Somebody said it in the chat. It was something about, oh, God damn it, man. I missed it now. Because calling him a Trump. He goes, that guy's obviously a oh, here it is, Potato Head. He says, that guy is obviously a racist and a Nazi. Stupid mega Trump tard.
Yeah, when I think the MAGA crowd, that's the guy I picture.
Wheat Diff says, I want to see April rattle her cans. So, I see what you did there. Clever, clever. Oh, you know what? We were so worried about the Civil War and people getting their heads chopped off and doorstep conversations about COVID. We forgot about Amanda Bynes.
Shinabine?
Amanda Bynes lost her fucking mind again. Now, this isn't like, I saw some people writing, oh no, what happened to her? She fell apart. This and that. This chick
Did she have it together?
No, this chick has been falling apart for a long time. Like, Amanda Bynes has been losing her shit for a long time now. Like, she's had a rap career. Spoiler alert, didn't go well. Oh, God, I just saw terrible breaking news on this Amanda Bynes story. Rudolph Isley is suing his brother Ronald Isley over the rights to the Isley Brothers trademark.
That's not cool.
Say it ain't so. The Isley Brothers are no more? Obviously, their love for each other not contagious.
Well, I thought blood was thicker than water, but...
Oh, no. Well, all right. Well, who are you rooting for? Are you on Team Rudolph or Team Ronald for the Isley Brothers?
I'm on Team Ronald. I think he said, you let it break up my crew.
Ronald was quoted as saying, now let's play big bank, take little bank.
Oh, no.
Actually. It's really unfortunate to see a relationship go to hell like that. So Amanda Bynes, sorry, I got the Isley.
Weird.
The only Isley Brothers song I know is the one that they did with R. Kelly. So I'm not,
that's the only one anybody knows.
Yeah, I'm not well steeped in the Isley Brothers. So anyway, Amanda Bynes has been placed on a psychiatric hold. Do you remember Amanda Bynes from like back in her, here, let's put this
in her
picture
heyday
up first.
before she got a tattoo on her face?
Amanda Bynes in her heyday she was all right.
Yeah, she could get it.
Amanda Bynes was all right. This is Amanda Bynes recently.
Oh my God, is that a bedazzled septum piercing?
It is a bedazzled septum piercing.
Jesus.
That's like an extra stay away. That's like the markings on a poisoned dart frog.
You can tell how angry she is because when she starts breathing heavily, they start waving.
Like wind chimes. Ding, 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 ding.
Oh no, Amanda Bynes is pissed again.
Amanda Bynes is going nuts. So, I don't know, it's some kind of tattoo they got in a camp. A pitchfork means an assassin or something. You want to tell us about it, Amanda, or you want to take a trip down to Freedom Town? All right, so Amanda Bynes has been placed on a psychiatric hold after she was found roaming the streets naked and alone.
Oh, shit. Why couldn't I have found her?
You would have put a blanket on her.
I'd console her. Yeah.
Sure. An eyewitness tells us Bynes was seen walking near downtown Los Angeles early Sunday morning without any clothes. I mean, is there any other way to be naked? I don't think so. We're told Bynes waved a car down, telling the driver she was coming down from a psychotic episode. Self-awareness.
Yeah.
I mean, at least she knew. She's like, look, I know this looks fucked up, but the worst of it is past. The storm is over. I got to get my shit together. I barely know how I got here.
Look, you're a three-eyed demon, but I'm willing to trust you right now.
Our law enforcement sources say Bynes was taken to a nearby police station where a mental health team determined she needed to be placed on a 5150 psych hold. 5150 is involuntarily committed. Yeah. I mean, not the worst idea in the world. You know, usually if you hear someone, was being held on a 5150, you're like, oh, no, Jesus, what went wrong? With Amanda Bynes, you hear she's held on a 5150, and you go,
oh, thank God.
Probably for the best.
Finally, someone keeping an eye on her. She's going to be okay.
It's a little overdue, if I could be honest. But
I feel a little safer.
Right.
Traveling the streets.
The streets are better now that she's on a 5150. Fortunately, sources say it doesn't appear Bynes was hurt at all during the ordeal, though things could have been much worse given the area where she was found. Okay. So I'm guessing maybe a place where a lot of SoundCloud rappers might be.
They're asking people on the street, what do you have to say about this? Look, I've been a junkie on the street all my life. I saw that naked bitch walking by. My goddamn, what's her problem?
Is that the girl from All That? Oh, that reminds me of Better Times. Carlos says, you had me thinking she died. No, she's still a couple more episodes away from that. D. Gulag says she got, I'm going to say allegedly to this. She got passed around by everyone at Nickelodeon as a child. It makes sense that she's troubled. That is the fucked up part about this is I think she came up, correct me if I'm wrong, I think she came up in the Dan Schneider era, and there's a lot, he was an executive producer for Nickelodeon, and there's a lot of people that have a lot of accusations and things to say about Dan Schneider. And if she's one of, let's say Dan's proteges, then
yeah,
I could see why she's probably fucked up. Derek Chauvinist says, Dickelodeon, am I right? Not the time.
It's But he has a point. It's like all these people who are super excited to do stuff with your kids, to teach them, to educate them, to work with them, whatever. It seems like a lot of them seem to have ulterior motives. That's why I'm just like, whenever someone wants to hang out around my kids, I'm like, why? They're like, I just want to talk about gender identity. Okay.
So Amanda Bynes was caught in a rough part of town, maybe working on her next album, you know? She will likely continue to receive care for several days. Typically, a 5150 hold lasts 72 hours, but it can be extended.
Usually is.
Oh, is it really?
Well, I mean, my experience, 5 days is kind of the number.
It was, it's good that we can have you as a source.
Yeah. I'm glad all of my experience can come in handy.
It was almost, see, and if Amanda, if look where you are today. Amanda Bynes could be fine. You haven't been walking naked in the streets for years.
Well, that's just because I can't walk.
That's true.
Although I consider it sometimes it's easier to move when the clothes don't restrict you. So I'm just like, but if I just let it all hang out, I'm going to strut my stuff.
It was one day, almost 1 year to the day. Oh, God, this keeps happening to people who were on conservatorships. It was almost 1 year to the day when Amanda's, sorry about that. It was almost 1 year to the day when Amanda's 9-year conservatorship was officially terminated. Sounds like a great idea to keep ending these conservatorships for these possibly molested teen stars. I mean, Britney Spears losing it.
Obviously, they put their life back together when you leave them on their own. They're like, well, I guess I got to figure it out now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they do a great job. So she has this problem. Britney Spears is losing her shit. I'm starting to think that maybe those conservatorships that all these fans who don't know shit about the person railed against, maybe they should have kept their mouth shut. Amanda's mother was her conservator starting back in 2013 when it was clear she was having issues with her mental health. I see some people seeing this story going, oh my God, what happened to Amanda Bynes? Nothing that's new in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
She was diagnosed with bipolar disorder after a series of bizarre events, including one where she set her neighbor's driveway on fire.
That's just impressive.
That is impressive because that's a flat surface. That's asphalt.
You got to spread out a bunch of lighter fluid and light it or what?
God damn. Usually that can only happen if they raise your retirement age by 2 years in the country you live in. That's pretty impressive. After a series of bizarre events, including one where she set her neighbor's driveway on fire, almost engulfing her dog in flames, she was sent to a psychiatric ward for treatment. Oh, well, maybe that's why she did what she did. Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name.
Where a straitjacket doesn't give you no pain.
Interestingly enough, Amanda was supposed to attend 90s Con in Connecticut this weekend, an event she canceled on due to illness. Since the conservatorship ended, Amanda seemed to be doing well for herself, though the most recent incident is obviously very concerning. Yeah, I think it's going to wipe out that whole accusation of progress.
Mm-hmm.
I think. Well, I mean, look, naked. Look, it's not the worst thing. It's not the worst thing to see if you're going to see someone have a mental breakdown and their tits are out and they're naked. Amanda Bynes not the most terrible thing to look at. I mean, she's done a number on her face, but the body's still okay.
I mean, a number on her face. She got a tattoo.
Yeah, but the septum piercing and all that shit.
Comes out.
Here she is. This is her on January 26th. That's a picture of her. You still got to see some tits, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it might be a nice birthday suit, but the one wearing it's plumb fucking crazy. What do you after here?
Don't get too close.
Well, then what do you want?
I want her in a psychiatric ward. You know what? She's exactly where she needs to be.
I want her OnlyFans page.
Nicholas, thank you very much for the $5 over on PayPal. We appreciate that, buddy. 2:05 away from knocking it out and doing a half hour of overtime. Remember, MSO has already made his prediction. He says, not hitting it today. Not happening. 35 minutes before we rattle the cans and do our e-beggy best to knock out today's goal. If you like the show and the way it's been going, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe to our channel. Nice little bump today. Good to see. Admiral Dewey says, how much is this tow team worth? 205 in 39 minutes. Hey, we're going to find out. It's about what the marketplace is willing to pay you. Am I right, Admiral?
Yep.
Admirable. The Admirable. Admiral Dewey. Admiral Dewey's another one who came in here full of vitriol and hate at first, And now he's become a much more playful fan of the steel toe. It happens all the time. If you let go of that hostility and that anger,
you find out it's just fun to fuck around.
You just come in here and you go, oh, these guys aren't taking themselves seriously at all. They're
shouldn't
fucking
either.
around. I shouldn't either. Exactly. Just a Dabbler says, make heads explode. It does seem to make people uncomfortable when we knock that out. So if you feel like throwing in, if you don't feel like throwing in because you love the show, there's always a good spite fuck in it for you. How's that? I guess just spite someone else and watch people go, damn it, fucking steel toe again. All right, let's check out a very sad national tragedy. No, this isn't about Trump or charges or a revolution or anything else. This is about the state of our economy. We've had the bank collapses.
Did we lose another one?
We've had inflation. No, this is not about bank collapses. This is maybe a new sign. This one hits maybe closer to Main Street and like the regular everyday person, a sign that the economy might be in rough shape. There's an old saying. When your neighbor loses their job, it's a recession. When you lose your job, it's a depression. Well, what is it when Dollar Tree stops selling eggs?
Wait, what? They
can't afford.
They can't afford to sell eggs.
No.
So wait a minute. They don't have the profit margin to be able to.
No. The Dollar Tree can't sell what has been historically one of the cheapest and most affordable, nutritious items in a refrigerator. The fucking eggs. We kill a Holocaust amount of chickens every single day in this country, and all of their bitches lay eggs. And we can't get enough eggs to drive the prices down so that Dollar Tree can keep their eggs going. Well, I hope you like frozen burritos, sea suckers.
Like, how the fuck does anyone in politics right now think they have another term? Like, it's just, with how bad stuff has been.
I'll tell you why. Because this is where we have to take responsibility. Because the people are fucking stupid and they vote R or D. And it doesn't matter how competent the person is or what their positions are on anything. If they got an R next to their name or a D next to their name, they'll vote for them. I got some really bad news for you guys who play the Republican versus Democrat game. In your state right now, whether it's the state level or your Congress people or even senators, mostly in Congress in your state legislature, though, if there's a district that's looked at as safe blue or safe red, you all have Democrats running as Republicans to have a seat, or you all have Republicans running as Democrats just to have a seat. It's all over the place.
Oh, there's a story about one that came out.
Really?
Yeah. The lady that's from Afghanistan that was a beauty pageant, and she's running for a Democratic seat in California, and when you hear her talking, and the interview was on Fox News, you're kind of like,
she's a Republican?
Yeah.
It happens all the time. There was a guy when I worked in Litchfield. He ran for the Republican nomination for a House seat in the state legislature.
Mm-hmm.
And when he lost, he just went over to the Democratic Party and ran against the guy he lost to.
Second time's the charm.
And he lost to that guy again. 2 years later, he ran against him again, and he lost again. So, like, Democrat, Republican doesn't mean that much if people are really ambitious and want to suck off the public teat and just be a state representative or a congressperson.
Just give me one George Santos. I mean, example.
Exactly.
Dollar Tree says it will stop selling eggs because they're too expensive. Egg prices have surged for various reasons, including short supply caused by bird flu. In February, the average price for a dozen grade A large eggs was $4.21. Dollar Tree used to sell.
Am I insane, or do I remember just a couple of years ago $1.89?
I haven't bought eggs in a while, but $2 was kind of like...
Yeah, that was the thing for eggs. So it's more than doubled. And then, like, I love when they take, like a guy like Bloomberg, like a billionaire runs for office, and they do that quiz where they're like, we'll show you how out of touch he is. How much is a gallon of milk? How much is a dozen eggs? And I'm like, that's not fair. I don't know the answer to that question. I'm not a billionaire.
I don't know the answer to that question. I don't go shopping.
Right. I need the shit, so I just buy it, you know?
I give the money to the lady, and she goes and buys the stuff, and then after I say gracias, and she cuts my lawn and goes home.
That's full service.
Yeah, I know.
A half dozen for $1. The store says selling eggs at the higher prices would hurt its price reputation with shoppers.
Yeah, I mean, all the poor people that go to Dollar Tree now are like, y'all are selling eggs here? When did this become a fancy schmancy place? I came here for my El Monterey taquitos. I don't need to have wealth and 1% shit thrown in my face. The fuck is wrong with you people? You've lost your way. So Dollar Tree is not selling eggs anymore. Off we go. Another sign that maybe this isn't going to turn around quite as quickly as they told us.
Yeah, but the thing I love to look forward to is like, at least it's only like another year of this administration, and just
fingers crossed.
Right?
Fingers crossed. Chevrolet JB says $5 could egg cars all night in high school. Oh, when you were driving by and the driver didn't slow down and you nailed one right on. God, that felt good.
I never did that.
When you could hear the thunk, I did it once. And when you could hear the thunk, I remember I did it once. And when we told some of our friends we did it, and like even other high school scumbags like us went, dude, that's a really shitty thing to do. That's really shitty. And then we were like, all right, we're not going to do that again. Because if even guys who are scumbags like we are saying,
like, dude, that's a bit low.
It's a dog shit thing to do. I think because you're in high school, you just got your first car. So you're like, I certainly don't want anybody doing that shit to me. She threw it at a prick's house.
I don't want it fucking screwing up my paint job. You could knock off one of the rust spots.
Yeah. That rust spot is actually holding the fender together. God damn it, you guys. All right, so 2:05 away from knocking it down. We got about a half hour until we rattle the cans and do our e-beggery best and fire up that music that everyone likes so much to knock out that goal and do a half hour of overtime. Just about an even. Oh, no, we are an even 200 away. Bobby with $5.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bobby, over there on PayPal. We appreciate that. All right, there you go, guys. There's the jumping off point. 200 in a half hour. As Admiral Dewey says, are we worth it? Coltrane says, I love how they sell 6 of them for $1 because that's a way better deal than 2 at $12 at a normal store. Yeah, I mean, look, you just have to trick Dollar General or Dollar Tree shoppers. Somebody made a Corey Adam comedy account and they put an embarrassing picture of Corey up there for $1.99 and says, I'm sorry for absolutely nothing. You know what's funny? Nobody said apologize. We just said, call us.
Call us.
Let's have a talk and figure out where your brain's at these last couple of days. And was texting back and forth with me, no problem, until I said, hey, we'd all like to talk to you about where you're at with the show. We're just a little confused. We'd like a little explainer before you go back on the air Wednesday. Radio silence since then. I'll shoot him another text today and I'll say, hey, we just want to make sure, that we're on the same page. And, because look, you and I, we do a show together.
Mm-hmm.
I have the Steel Toe Show. You're the co-host. You and I have a general idea of how we want to do this.
Mm-hmm.
And we're pretty clued into what the other one wants to do. If we're not,
Cornhole.
the show fucking sucks.
Yeah.
If we're not, April and I, same thing. So that's all I wanted to do. I just wanted to ask him about it. I don't know if he's feeling scared or worried or like or maybe he wants to quit, which would be fine. Just let me know you want to quit. That would be okay. I mean, it's, I don't want anybody who doesn't want to be here to be here.
Yeah,
that's all. So I just told him, hey, give us a call. Let's talk about this and let's see where we end up, as it were. Thank you very much to everyone on Rumble as well. Everybody hit the like button. Everybody hit subscribe. Please, thank you. Appreciate it. A Florida mayor got pissed off in the middle of a city council meeting, packed his shit, and quit right there on the spot.
Wow.
I like this guy. The city of Clearwater. That's not a small town. Like Clearwater's I think it's bigger than St. Cloud, Minnesota.
I always just think of the Travel Plaza when I pass through.
Clearwater, Florida population. Yeah, 116,000 people.
That's bigger.
That's a decent-sized town. The city of Clearwater, Florida, had a special council work session on Monday morning that ran over 3 hours. And the mayor, Frank Hibbard, helmed the meeting for the first hour, but then decided the job wasn't for him.
Uh-oh.
Screw you guys. I'm a-going home. Hibbard called a brief recess nearly an hour into the meeting. Prior to the recess, the council had been discussing plans for a new $90 million city hall and municipal complex. I just have to say, like cities that want to do this, read the fucking room.
Now's not the time.
Not the time. I mean, because all your citizens are seeing as their prices are going up and their dollar's not going as far and they're poorer than they used to be a few years ago.
Hey, we got a new municipal building, guys.
All they're seeing is you had $90 million and you chose to spend it on a nice new building for yourself. I don't give a fuck if the pipes leak right in the meeting room. You stay in that piece of shit and you stay there until the rest of us are good. Then you can build your $90 million
I'm a civil
palace.
servant. I deserve a solid gold toilet seat. All right.
Hibbard, a moderate Republican, was alone in opposing the project, reported the Tampa Bay Times, not least because of an unfunded gap of $60 million in the project's financing.
So 2/3 of your project isn't paid for.
Right.
What the fuck are you thinking?
You don't have the money to build. You're literally throwing up a fart in the wind and going, hey, we're just going to build this thing.
What are you, San Francisco and reparations? The money will show up.
Yeah. Hey, we're just going to build the shit out of this deal. And, but we don't have any money to build it. Don't fucking worry about it. God, you fucking buzzkill. But it's 90 million and we only have 30. We'll figure it out. As AOC once said, we'll find a way to pay for it. Jaeger King says Clearwater is dinosaur gray hairs, drug addict scrounges, and wannabe shady businessmen.
So I need to move.
I prefer my shady businessmen to be real shady businessmen, not wannabes. So let's watch this Florida mayor just get... I understand him. Like, just hearing the basics of this story, I'm on his side.
Oh, yeah. You got a group of people, I'm guessing none of them thought, oh, this doesn't look bad. I don't care. You can't fucking pay for it. So even if it does look bad or doesn't, you can't afford it. You can't buy the candy bar, okay, kid?
This guy's doing the math like on paper, just with a pen and paper. He's like, no, we can't pass this. And the rest of the council is getting frustrated because they're like, why can't we pass it? It's a new building. Let's just do it. Have you ever been to a city council meeting?
I think I did that thing with you.
Yeah, they pass just about everything.
Yeah, it's almost a rubber stamp affair.
Yeah, they throw shit out there and they go, yep, sounds good to me. Yep, yeah, sure. All right. Like they all want to get home. So they're like, hey, how about a $90 million new city council building? Like, that sounds awesome. The mayor's like, hey, we don't have the money to do it. I'll quit being a buzzkill. Let's do the thing.
I'm looking forward to the new Wi-Fi. Jesus, man.
Here we go. This is the mayor of Clearwater, Florida, deciding, fuck this job.
I'm concerned where the city is going because this is simple math and we're not doing very well on the test. But I can tell that really I am not the right person. And I'm a busy guy. I've always believed in making sacrifices for public service. And I love Clearwater. And I love some of the things we've gotten done. I think Imagine's going to be phenomenal. I think Ms. Poyer's going to do a great job as city manager. But
this is, you know what? I like the ramp up he's doing. I like the ass kissing he's doing before he goes. But in that spirit, I just want to say, fuck all of you. I'm out of here. I look, you guys didn't bring your calculator to a goddamn meeting about a $90 million project. I'm not going to. All he's seeing is like his term just started. And he's like, I'm not going to sit here for another 4 years. I can't do this.
I'm going home. In good conscience, for my family, for my own health and other things, I can't remain the mayor. I would highly recommend you appoint Hoyt for the interim. At least he...
That lady sucks. That's like what a little kid does when you tell him he can't have the candy bar because mom and dad can't afford it right now. It's like, oh, come on. No,
but I want it.
I have 85 cents in my hand right now. The candy bar costs $1.50. I can't get you the candy bar. Oh, come on.
Please.
I got to show that lady again.
Appoint Hoyt for the interim. At least he knows.
It's so audible, too.
Yeah.
Is she Hoyt?
Yeah, she's like, I don't want this fucking job.
Fuck.
The city. You're going to have to appoint somebody who doesn't want to be the next mayor. And I know this is shocking, but I'm the wrong guy right now. And I just called my wife. She's shocked. And
everyone thinks I'm kind of being a giant fucking baby about all this, but
I don't.
Honestly, you guys, $60 million you can't account for, and you still want to move forward with this shit. I can't justify this to the people, to the 116,000 people of Clearwater, Florida. I explained this shit to a 6-year-old, and they looked at me like I was retarded.
I don't ever quit anything.
Except
but
this.
It's been more and more obvious to me that as much as I love the city, and as much as I want to stick around for some of the...
Oh, man, look at the daggers. She was just shooting him. I got to go back just a little bit.
Yeah, my eyes are puffy.
She doesn't look healthy. Yeah, look at the daggers she is shooting at this guy. You know why? Because he's pissing all over their parade of building their brand new building, because he's being the turd in the punch bowl who's bringing up the simple math question of, you guys haven't paid for this yet. They're going to get this building 1/3 of the way built, and then the contractors are going to come for the check. You're not going to pay it, and they're going to pack up and leave.
Yeah. Now you've got a half-completed project. Great.
Yeah, a $30 million hole in the ground. Congratulations.
Some of the things that are going to occur over the next couple months, I simply am not the right person to be here anymore. And so I wish all of you the best. I like you all and enjoy your company in different ways. We don't always
Some of you anally.
Yeah. Some of you we hate fuck, but we're not going to talk about that right now.
That was obviously her.
Yeah.
But I want to thank our staff. You all are phenomenal. I think
She's not good at counting.
You're cool. You're cool. Fuck you.
The person who manages the city funds, thanks for trying to explain it to these dipshits, but hey, I got to get out while the getting's good.
You are first-class people who are incredibly dedicated to the city and what we do, and you all deliver services on a daily basis in a way that is unlike anybody else.
I can see why he was picked for the job of mayor. He's 100% in the embodiment of charisma.
I mean, Jesus, buddy.
He's making a special rage quit seem boring.
Just some more energy wouldn't hurt.
He doesn't know when to bring it in for a landing either. There's been a lot of false finishes in this thing.
I've never lost faith in our staff.
Seems like
we
you
always
did.
have bumps in the road. And as people say, if it weren't for people, everything would be easy. Our citizens...
I believe Thanos said that. Good quote. Nice pull.
Everybody else. I will say one thing, Mr. Haluba, you got your wish. So thank you all, and God bless you.
Little shade at Mr. Halubi.
I wish you all the best. Thank you for all you've been to me.
I'm out this bitch. He made that speech like it was like to 400 people. There's 6 people in that room. That's uncomfortable.
I'm really upset that the city accountant didn't bother to voice up about the whole not having the money thing.
Right. Well, he probably did, and then they voted to do it anyway.
Well, I didn't know if anyone on that board was like in charge of the finances.
I wonder if he was waiting for someone to tell him to stop and come back. Like he stops at the door. He goes, "And don't you try to stop me."
He reaches for the handle really slowly. I'm leaving.
I'm gonna here.
This is happening. We're going. I'm
leaving. Don't tell me to stay.
I got my hand on the knob
because I'm not coming back.
Polishing this knob with my hand.
Don't. Mr. Approachable says he's quitting his job with a Minnesota goodbye. Yeah.
Kind of. Yeah.
Von Kaiser said the same thing. I know I'm gonna. Oh man, look at the time. I'm gonna have to head out. So maybe I'll see you next week.
Yeah, it's been
at
a
the
good
golf
time.
thing.
Yeah.
Not really sure. Maybe
you're doing the golf thing.
I might. I'm not really sure. We're gonna see what we're doing for. By the way, if you ever talk to a Midwesterner and they say maybe we'll see what we're doing, that's a no. That's a really polite no.
I don't know. I might go. Maybe we'll see what we're doing. It's a lot of walking.
Yeah. That's a no. They're not going. Don't count on them. Don't embarrass your friends by saying, "Oh, well, they said they're a maybe. They're a maybe." Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to go ahead and introduce you to the new mayor of Clearwater, Florida. What the? We don't have the rights to the real music. We had to use the 8-bit. What? Who's the new mayor? Who's the new mayor of Clearwater? Wait a minute. My God, it's the Hulkster. Hulkamania is running wild at the city council king.
I can't believe it. The Hulkster is ushering in a new era in the city of Clearwater, and business has picked up at City Hall. The real American is here.
He does live in Clearwater. Fuck it, make him the mayor. Get him in there.
See if he can pay for the $60 million you're missing.
Well, you know something, brother. Every time I come into this city council, dude, I see everybody spending money they don't have, brother. I see people saying it's 90 million, but they only got 30 million, Jack. And if you don't have the money to pay the band, then you can't dance to the music, brother. So what you gonna do when Hulk Hogan does accounting on you, brother?
There's like wind coming off of you. You get really into that.
I get excited about my voices, man. That's all it is. I'm like a little boy playing with his penis when he's nervous. I'm just like a little boy playing with his dick when he's nervous.
$200 away from knocking it out today, and we've got 12 minutes until we rattle the cans and we beg our way to a half hour of overtime. Let's see if we can do it. Coltrane says Scott Steiner could be his financial advisor. That would be a good one. Well, you know, we got about a 30% chance of fully funding this project known as the City Hall. And if you got 30% of the money, that means you got 70% of the money that's still outstanding. And if you got 70% of the way to go to 30%, you got a 100% chance of me voting no on building a new city council. And if you ask a Jewish banker, you get about 17% on the interest.
Because they know
that Big Papa Pump is good for his debts.
All right, brothers, what do you think? Do we vote on Scott Steiner's proposal, dude? Well, listen to me, you pieces of trash. If you think all the people in this city council want to hear Hulk Hogan and Scott Steiner run their geriatric mouths about building a new city council,
what?
You got another thing coming, because you see, the Texas Rattlesnake has been doing some digging, and you're about 73% of the way away from building your fancy little stupid-ass city hall. So if you want Stone Cold to stomp a mud hole in the comptroller's ass and walk it dry, give me a hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
This is Macho Man coming down from heaven, yeah. Be a man, Hogan. Build the city hall, yeah. You'll find the money eventually. Now, if you'll excuse me, I got a 3-way match with Andre and the Warrior, yeah.
He's in heaven. He can't talk. It's long distance. That's all.
It's just expensive to keep that call going.
It's expensive. There's the Streamlabs. There's the PayPal, Super Chats, and memberships. If you'd like to jump in and help out Steel Toe today and knock out the $200 we have left to knock out for today's show. 10 minutes left until we got to rattle the cans and see if today is the day that MSO finally gets his way.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't hit it today. We will see.
That will be very sad, but I'll be happy for MSO. He's got like a whole celebration package he's been waiting to pop the bottle on. He's like, I got him. Like, nope.
But you know me. Time. I always like disappointing the shit out of MSO.
Stuff him right at the end.
SC Motorsports says Aaron wears a what shirt yesterday but brings out the rattlesnake today. That's how you know that we're off the cuff. Well, didn't plan it that way.
It wasn't scripted.
It just kind of happens. Need Trump says, if you donate anything, donate to the Impressions because they're the bomb. Oh, thank you, buddy. I appreciate that very much. New York City has fixed their school problem.
Cool. So they're going and retooling the whole education system. Nice.
Yeah, it's really nice that they're going to fix all the problems they have in New York schools. And the way that they're doing it, I mean, you talk about public schools not having any accountability and they just take taxpayers' money and flush it down the toilet. It's just not the case. I mean, you look at the brave thing that New York City did to fix their schools, and I think we're going to see this thing used and rolled out nationwide. Anyone who cares about the kids is going to use this.
How do I reach these kids?
New York fixes its abysmal test scores by lowering the proficiency standards in math and English.
Look, the kids are just too stupid, okay?
We'll just go ahead and we'll make it. You just have to be, you can be dumber and still pass.
Right.
The numbers will go up. No, they won't. The numbers won't go up. The percentage they got will still be the same. You're just passing them through. It's literally a Band-Aid.
Yeah, this is... People talk about the school to prison pipeline. I feel like lowering test proficiencies is probably a big part of that pipeline.
Yes, I think the lower standards might not be having the impact you think they do. New York schools just got the results of pushing critical race theory and gender affirmation for years. Utter educational failure. I also think some of that stuff is like the parenting at home is shitty because any teacher or principal will tell you like the school starts it, the parents have to finish it.
Yeah, that's why my daughter's screwed.
Dad, do you know how to read? A little.
What are words?
Some schools were shockingly bad. The Schenectady district, only 12% of their students in grades 3 through 8 passed the state's standardized test. 12%. Among black students, that number dropped to 4%.
Because tests are racist.
In 8th grade, none of them passed. So naturally, instead of educating kids further and helping them grow and, learn the stuff that they didn't get right the first time, just make whatever test score they got the new passing score. And we're good. Then what's the point of having the tests? If you're just going to pass them through anyway at their shitty test score, then let's not take them and assume they're all fine.
Yeah.
English scores were so bad that students who were second language learners and those classified as homeless got some of the better scores. Rather than take the simple solution and go back to teaching subjects the way they did when test scores were higher. Oh, what? You mean with 2 parents active in the educational process?
Maybe focusing on education and not gender affirmation?
The New York Board of Regents has come up with a better, more Marxist plan. Lower expectations. See, that's what they'll do when they run the government, too. You see, when the wheat crop doesn't come in as high and up to the acceptable level and people start starving, they'll just lower the acceptable level down to what it is. And the starving people can't complain anymore.
Right. Now you're just hungry.
Perfect. That's right. New York has made the lowest test scores in their history the new benchmark for proficiency. So they're saying there's learning loss between 2019 and 2022. Boy, I wonder what you guys did to fuck that up.
I wonder how that happened.
But in some ways, we don't want to keep going backwards. What do you mean in some way? In all ways, you shouldn't want to go backwards.
In some ways, we don't want to keep going backwards, but we're going to keep backpedaling on this one issue because it's fun.
We're at this new normal. So for New York, we are saying the new baseline is 2022.
I'm glad you can't take that look in the drop and go, hey, did we do something? Should we learn from this? No. We're just going to make it the new baseline.
We don't want to keep going backwards. And then the very next sentence, we have to go backwards. This is remarkable. And they're comfortable with it. Like, it would be one thing if they just changed they just changed it overnight on the website and didn't say anything about it. So at least there's a level of shame in there. But for them to just go ahead and do it and then announce it and go, hey, look what we did.
Am I wrong for looking at this and thinking, this is why we should be in the streets lighting fire? You're making our kids stupid.
Right. France, they're talking about bringing back guillotines and shit because they upped the retirement rate age by 2 years. We're sitting here going, yeah, you know what? Fuck your kids and their learning. Who gives a shit?
Turns out your kids are dumb. We're just going to let it slide.
Oh, okay. Well,
that's fair.
We trust you. Just keep taking our tax money.
They do look pretty stupid.
I know them. They're pretty fucking dumb.
I was half of the mix. Trust me, it's a broken batch.
$200 away from knocking out today's goal. Sorry to disappoint you, Galloway fam. $200 away from today's goal. There's Streamlabs. There's PayPal. 4 minutes away from rattling the can and see if we're going to knock it out. Let's prove MSO wrong. Let's see if we can get there. If you feel like becoming a VIP, today's the day. Otherwise, if you feel like chipping in a few bucks, we can knock it down little by little. Thank you, guys. Last story before we have to rattle the cans and play that lovely music that everyone loves so much. It doesn't drive anybody insane. OnlyFans model, a 25-year-old, is suing her ex-boyfriend,
okay,
a 27-year-old man, for $6 billion after he shared revenge porn on her social media, then changed her password after they broke up, according to the lawsuit. So,
all right, I'm not a fan.
He's taking the OnlyFans content and he's putting it up on social media.
Well, is that the revenge porn?
That's the revenge porn, but then
like
also
they did the porn together and they just shared it like as a revenge. Okay.
Yeah, it's a business account too. So it's a business issue too because he's hurting her business as an OnlyFans model. And then also he had control of the OnlyFans password and changed it. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's a pimp.
Yeah.
Like why, if you're a woman, the whole point of OnlyFans is you can do like sex porn shit
without a pimp. You get to keep your money.
There's no manager. There's no company. There's nothing like that. You get to control the thing 100% all by yourself. But you let the boyfriend control the OnlyFans. See, now this, I don't think she should get a dime.
No, this is her dumb ass.
This should be like a lesson sort of a thing, I think. Thank you very much to the guy pretending to be Corey Adam Comedy with $4.99. He says, Milton has given me the same offer for tomorrow, and I'm considering it because 200 is a lot more than 50. Hashtag YouTube Civil War. I love MLC and NLO and Denny. You know what? God bless. I'm just happy to have better numbers if you go to the old Social Blade. That's all right.
That's all we're looking for.
Fake Corey, God bless. I wish you all the best. And the real Corey as well, wherever he may be. 195 away from knocking it out. Oh, see, we just have fun here. We don't give a shit if you do weirdo stuff like that. All right, 2 minutes to go. Let's talk about our friends at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Cheetos, the Bruiser. Cheetos is hosting us for our 9th anniversary party on
Heavyweight champion.
Yeah, Saturday, August 12th at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Go to eventbrite.com. Get your tickets for either the cornhole tournament or the comedy show or a combination of both, or just come hang out with us. At Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, it's going to be a party that starts at 2 in the afternoon. We got the comedy show at 7. We got the tournament at 3. Saturday, August 12th, the 9th anniversary party. Gino Bisconti and Keanu C. Thompson will be joining us for that one as well. Go to Eventbrite and check it out. Pro Guns with $5 says Women and Accountability, a Venn diagram depicting non-converging circles. Jeez. All right. 190 away from knocking it out today. All right, here we go.
Is that a Venn diagram or is that boobs?
It's just
boobs.
Just a set of tits. Thank you very much from Need Trump and Shut the F Up Karen with $25.
Thank you.
Over on PayPal. So here we go. The stage is set. Let's see if MSO says this is it. 165 away. 5 minutes to go. Are you ready, Johnny?
I am.
Let's play the music that good people love and insane people, it drives them nuts. Let's fire up, as Just a Dabbler calls it, the Super Chat music. Here we go. All right, 165 away. PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats, memberships, and Rumble rants. Need Trump says, MSO, we got this. All right, let's check it out. Let's see if we get there. Corey Adam Comedy. Oh, wait, I also forgot. I also love Steel Toe. Yes.
Oh, no.
Black Ornament says there's no middleman, no company. What do you think OnlyFans is? Yeah, but you don't have a physical pimp who can tell you what to do.
OnlyFans takes their cut off the top and then gives you the meat afterwards.
Right.
The only reason she doesn't have access to her money is because she let Chudley have the password.
Right. She shouldn't get a dime. This should be a good learning lesson for her. All right, $25 from Shut the F Up. Karen says, let's do it again. Love you guys. Thank you very much. Down to 150. Kyle W. with $5 says tributes. And we're down to 145. Getting closer. Let's see if we can make MSO sweat this morning. Streamlabs, PayPal. There's the links right there in the chat if you're wondering. Otherwise, Rumble rants, Super Chats, all of that stuff. Sage Retard, PhD KF, says Corey still owes me a kiss and throws in $10. Thank you very much, buddy. 140 away from knocking it out. MSO's sitting there right now going, you fuckers picked now to go on a run?
I've been ready to claim my victory all day.
You even had Aaron wondering whether or not this was going to work. But MSO still confident. He says, I feel it today.
I am very, very feel.
He is feel. He is very, very feel. Where is that one? Here it is.
I feel. I very, very feel.
All right, 140 away. Let's see if MSO's got it or if MSO don't got it. Super chats, memberships, Rumble rants. I'm clicking over to like 3 or 4 different things just to make sure we're getting the thank yous rapid fire in there as soon as they come in. Again, we get inside of 50. We run the extra 30. Otherwise, if we knock it out, we do the extra 30. If we don't, what do? Try again another day. You miss one every few months.
Yes, it happens.
It happens. And MSO feels good. Trucker 18 Wheeler says MSO will be wrong. Well, he's got 3 minutes. Carlos says, come on, David Chandler. Well, we'll see. Maybe he gets a break. Sarah Productions says MSO is a plant. Isn't it amazing? MSO is me, and I don't even need to type the words to get the messages sent. Boy, I'm sorry I make you that way. I'm Sarah Productions. I'm really sorry that what we do every day makes you like this. I'm sorry to admit I do get a little bit of a kick out of it. There's a little perverse enjoyment.
The secret is I'm MSO. I've been doing it with my phone the whole time.
You motherfucker, I told you not to tell them. All right, guys, we got 2 minutes left, and we are 140 away. Need Trump says great marketing strategies. Oh, Sarah Productions figured it out. April is MSO.
Oh, okay.
Sarah Productions, is it that hard just to admit we're funny? That we're pretty good? I don't know. Yeah, Egg Picker says paranoia will annoy you. I think so. All right, guys, let's see if we can knock it out. 140 away, and we have 1.5 minutes to go. 1.5 minutes left. Egg Picker says, I'm the real April. Now they're all April.
I'm the April now.
SC Motorsports saying Gordy is actually MSO. See? All kinds of theories
Explain why
out there
MSO
now.
has dick breath.
140 away. There's the Streamlabs. There's the PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, the whole deal. We got 1.5 minutes left. Uh-oh, is MSO going to do it today? Has the streak been ruined?
It seems like
140. Yeah, April says you all want to be me. Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. It's kind of creepy, but pretty accurate. All right, guys, 140. Galloway fam, I know it's not you. Don't worry. You don't even like our show. Relax, buddy. 140 away. Is it going to happen, or is today the day MSO gets his victory? Let's take a look-see. 30 seconds to go. Nothing in PayPal. No Streamlabs. 140. Super chats are empty. Rumble rants. Let's take a look. Nothing over on the Rumble rants end of things. Looks like today is the day that MSO might be correct. Devin with $9.99.
Thank you, Devin.
We are 15 seconds away, 135 away from knocking this thing out.
I'm like on the edge of my seat.
And with 7 seconds left, I'm going to hit a refresh here after this runs out. I would give you an IOU, says the mood. No, that doesn't work. All right, time is up. Let's check. Let's hit refresh on all the facets here and see if we made it or if we're running light today.
I'd gladly pay you a super chat today or tomorrow. For
we've got Sandy saying, squeal like a pig for me for 15.
I have a really weird pig.
That was a really fucked up pig. I gotta be honest with you. All right, it looks like 120 is the number. 120 is the number. That's what we missed. So if we knock everything out between now and Friday, we'll put that back up there on Friday and see if we end up
righting
back
the ship
to even and righting the ship. All right, that is going to be it for today, guys. Thank you all very much. It was an awesome show. We hope you hit like. We hope you subscribe. All of that great stuff. And we hope you follow Steel Toe tonight at 7 o'clock for the evening show. And MSO, congratulations. You did it. He says, I feel bad. No, don't feel bad about a victory. This happens for us every couple of months. It's a good reset, as it were. Johnny, thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to be on Twitch, Rumble, and YouTube. Just Kidding LLC at 2 p.m. today. So come on out and check it out.
Just Kidding LLC on all your streaming services. Go check Johnny out. Again, thank you.
You're welcome.
We will talk to you